Okay, we are live. Thank you so much for joining us. Please take a moment to share this broadcast with your friends and networks now. Welcome to the 14th Annual World Peace Earth Day celebration. As people are joining us, let's hear from Pramik Russell Tubbs, who is a composer, arranger, producer, and an accomplished multi-instrumentalist. Thank you, Pramik Russell Tubbs.
Thank you, Rick. Namaste and greetings, everyone. We'd like to offer some flute music for peace to begin this wonderful, special event.
Anin in the way Maganak. I'm so glad. Greetings to all my relatives. I'm so glad to see you all this evening. And I'm just taking all that in. Thank you for your beautiful music and that brought us into the room. I really was touched. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I was asked if I would begin our celebration tonight with some good words, some thoughts, setting some intention. And when I'm asked to do something and I say yes and accept that kind of an ask, I consider it a sacred charge. And so when I got up this morning and I began my day, I was thinking about this day, this Earth Day, and how we would all be gathered together. And I thought about how I wanted to be in this day. And I knew that there would be many people that would have their attention on the earth today. And I would have an opportunity to speak words of intention about this earth. And I was very aware that we walk upon this earth, but for a short time, and then we return to the earth. And so as I entered the day, I thought about how to honor that earth walk today. And how do I show respect? How do I show gratitude? How do I show love for all the things that our earth provides? And I started with pulling out what I was going to wear today, right? And I was taught that when you are going someplace to honor somebody or something, or to spend time with people, that you show respect by presenting yourself the best way that you can, in a good way. It's a sign of respect. And so the first thing I did was I got my moccasins. And even though in the dressing process, they were going to be the last, they were the first things that I went to get. And I thought about the earth and I thought about those moccasins because I'm grateful for the moccasins because they allow me a connection to the earth that a hard soul does not. And I can feel the give of the earth through my moccasins. And then it made me think about what those moccasins were made of. And my moccasins are moose hide. And I thought about the animals that give us our clothing and that feed us. And I was grateful. And I thought about those other relatives that spend time on this earth with us. And then I went and I got my ribbon skirt. And I have other regalia, but I got my ribbon skirt because it reminds me of the sisters that wear this skirt. And in that reminding, I think about what we do to the earth, to our mother. And what we do to the earth and my mother, we do to my sisters and to the women and the girls. And so I thought about those that are murdered and missing, and I wear my skirt to remember that. But this skirt also has a flower applique on it. And that speaks to me of resilience and strength. Despite the weedy patches that we have, we're still here. We are the mothers and we are the life protectors. And so I think about the sisters that are standing at line 3 today to stop the oil, to stop the black snake, to give us our waters. And then I went and I found my shawl. And my shawl represents protection. So this shawl has been spread across the earth and it has embraced the tree that supports all life during the sacrifices for the people. It has been at the sun dances. This shawl represents being at over 40 plus years of dances around the heartbeat of the drum, swaying with that heartbeat for the sacred people. And this medallion I have on, I had to wear that because that represents my grandchildren. My grandson, Christopher, made this medallion. His name is the one whose voice we hear. And it has the water song stitched around the outside of a water droplet to remind us that we live on a water planet. And then I have my feathers. And each brings a different teaching, and I've been honored to carry them. And just seeing them this morning brought with it a sense of deep respect, because I feel the strong medicine from those that came before me that flow through these feathers. And as they spin in the breeze, I'm reminded of that. And then I think, now, okay, I've got my shawl. Now I'm ready to enter the day. Now I'm ready to pay and go give a gift to the water on Earth Day. Now I'm ready to be grateful and show respect as we celebrate together this reclamation of our sacred duty as human beings to care for each other and to care for the earth. Chimigwech, thank you for listening to me. Let's play and pray together.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon Crossbear. And I just want to let people know that grandmother Shannon Crossbear coordinates We the World's campaign for interdependence, and she is a powerful spiritual Ojibwe Irish woman, and she has worked with tribal and non-tribal communities to protect fresh water sources. So welcome everyone to the 14th annual World Peace Earth Day celebration. happy Earth Day and happy Mother Earth Day. We're so excited that you are joining us. My name is Rick Ulfik, and I'm the founder of We the World and the We campaign at we.net. We the World is a global coalition building organization with 11 campaigns for change, and you can take action with us by going to we.net/partner. And to find out more in general about We the World, you can go to we.net. So We the World started Earth Month a few years ago, and Earth Month starts on the original proposed Earth Day, the equinox, March 20th, and Earth Month culminates today on April 22nd. As we celebrate Earth Day, I think it's a perfect time for you, me, and all of us to remember that each of us has the power to change the world. And that's a message that is so important for us to get out there to every person. And case in point, Darnella, the 17-year-old high school student who videotaped Derek Chauvin kneeling on the neck of George Floyd. Her video led to people globally taking to the streets in solidarity, and she changed the world with that act of courage and conviction to do that. So, thinking about Earth Day, here are 3 ways we can each change the world for the better. Let's reduce our consumption of products in general, which will help reduce the use of fossil fuels, plastics, and all kinds of things that wind up in landfills and pollute our oceans. Let's reduce the amount of meat, fish, and other animals that we eat, which will not only reduce the amount of animal cruelty that happens, it'll also help save the rainforests, the oceans, biodiversity, and it can even help reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that fuel the climate disruption that we are living through and facing in this climate emergency. The most important thing we can do, though, is for us to support the organizations and movements that are specifically working to make sure our society's policies and priorities are creating a peaceful, sustainable world. It's what we do collectively that can have the biggest positive impact. And of course, that is what We the World is all about. So I encourage you to connect with and support We the World and our We campaign by going to we.net. And please get involved with us. Okay, now I'd like to bring in the person who created the whole idea of this annual event. Andrew Kane is the executive producer and founder organizer of Planet Heart and the annual World Peace Earth Day celebration. Welcome and thank you, Andrew Kane, for your dedication and commitment for 14 years to make this happen.
Thank you, Rick. Hello, everybody, and happy Earth Day. Welcome to the 14th annual World Peace Earth Day celebration. We have been doing this event since 2007. I had a burning desire to do these events to bring people together in unity on Earth Day. It means a lot to me to be able to produce this event, and I hope you enjoy this evening. It is different every year, and due to COVID, we are doing it again online. In the past, the events have been held in New York City at different venues. Why do I do this event and what do I want to bring to you? Love, peace, and happiness. Celebrating our planet, healing our heart. When I got the name Planet Heart from God in 1998, I looked at the word Earth and told to put the H in front, spelling heart. This is Planet Heart. We are here on this planet to open our hearts and connect as one. With events like this, we can have hope that by joining as one, world peace is possible. I do this annual event because I have a passion for spreading unity consciousness and creating a conscious community in celebrating our oneness and opening our hearts while honoring our beloved Mother Earth on Mother Earth Day. And here I say, be at the heart of your own creation. Be at the heart of your own creation, because that is when you can live your life fulfilled. Enjoy the program tonight, and from my heart to yours, I am you, you are me, we are one. Thank you for choosing to be here tonight. You could have been anywhere, and we are grateful for your online presence.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. And we've got so many amazing folks joining us. I'd like to bring in the person who will be the MC for the entire rest of this extravaganza, the World Peace Earth Day celebration, 14th annual. Our dear friend, my dear friend, and all of our dear friend, Mitchell Rabin. He is an international speaker, workshop leader, holistic coach, and the host and producer of A Better World Radio and TV. Thank you, Mitchell, for taking the reins here to be the MC for this extraordinary event. Welcome to the broadcast, Mitchell Rabin. Are you unmuted? No? It's important for the MC to
there
not
we
be
go.
muted.
I
Okay.
have found my voice.
Good. I'm glad you
Okay.
have.
Rick Ulfik, thank you, my dear friend, for this opportunity. And Andrew Kane, of course. I've been honored to be asked to do this year after year, and it's truly a pleasure and an honor to gather together to honor our beautiful Mother Earth. That's the real driving motivation inside me for being part of this event year after year. Pramik, Russell Tubbs, Shannon Crossbear, thank you both for bringing us together with your music in your own ways to start us off this evening. Happy Earth Day. We're going to have a very special time. It's one of those paradoxes. On one hand, you know, we are very happy to celebrate and honor Mother Earth. On the other hand, honestly, our hearts sink when we look at and contemplate what we humans, this species, has done to our beautiful Mother Earth, this ecosystem of immense intelligence far beyond that of our mind. And our own little selfish ways have interfered in so many ways to pollute our waterways, to foul our air, to really contaminate our soil from which we get food. Mother Earth has given us so much, our life, literally, as well as our sustenance, our food. Everything we have comes from there, from her. And that we could conceive of doing what we have done to her is sort of ineffable. It's indescribable, and we'll be going into that in some detail, as well as what we can individually, as Rick was saying about the woman, the young woman who took out her little cell phone camera and shot that incredible and important footage that has actually changed the world and sentiment and the entire zeitgeist, if you will, of human relations, of social and racial relations. It's awesome. We haven't begun to see what that may mean for us all. And that really is a beautiful example. Greta Thunberg is another really interesting example of how young people can rise up. But that means that all of us can as well. And tonight is really kind of a tribute, if you will, to that idea. We have a stellar group of people coming to talk, starting with Hazel Henderson, who we'll get to in just a moment. We have Dr. Leslie Field, who I met at the United Nations a couple of years ago at a climate restoration event and is doing remarkable work to change the world in ways that, by the way, first you'll hear from Dahr Jamail, an internationally renowned journalist who's also a mountaineer, who has climbed mountains when there was a lot of ice. And well, he'll tell you the story. And then we have Henk Rogers, who has played a role in changing legislation in Hawaii. So we will see the end of fossil fuel use in that entire state. So we have them, we have actually me too, and we have wonderful performers. You've gotten a taste of that already, and we'll be going from there. So I just want to welcome you all to this great event we do every year, 14th anniversary. And we are going to just go step by step and just enjoy every moment. So glad you're here with us. And now we'll move on to our first speaker. Our first speaker is my dear friend and colleague, Hazel Henderson. She's an internationally renowned writer, author, journalist, the founder of Ethical Markets. I'm honored to be on her global advisory board, and she has done so much to bring forward the idea of photons, as she likes to say, photons for free, that we can generate tremendous amounts of energy from and no longer rely on fossil fuels. So Hazel has been playing a primary role in helping to educate people and inspire them to shift the way they're thinking about renewable energy, and let that also be reflected in markets, in our ways of relating to economies and finance and to each other. So Hazel Henderson, please step forward. So glad you're here and joining us tonight.
Yes, Hazel, why don't you unmute yourself? And there you go.
It's a
Yes.
serious problem, Hazel. I had it too.
I know. Thank you so much, Mitchell. Thank you, Rick, for all you do. Thank you, Shannon Prosper. And thank you, Andrew, and everybody, and the wonderful music. And basically, it seems to me now that the planet is teaching us humans directly. And I don't know how many kicks in the pants we're going to need, whether it's pandemics or floods or fires or all of the climate disruption that we have introduced into the system by our ignorance. And I focused most of my life on what was wrong with economics, because it seemed like this discipline had to be dethroned. And I have an article coming out in a few days called Time to Dethrone Economics. But the first time I wrote about that was a speech I gave in 1971 to the National Association of Business Economists in New York, which was actually published in the New York Times in the business section in 1971. So I was then an environmental activist, and I never went to college. And everything I've learned is through experiencing humans in their relationships with Mother Earth, kind of firsthand, you know? And so I have generally been called an anti-economist, but I'm also a lifelong vegetarian and animal rights activist. So it seems that what the planet is teaching now very clearly is don't mess up ecosystems, stop tearing down forests, and stop killing and eating animals. And that's certainly a message which is getting through, thank heavens. And the other big message that I think we're all getting, and so much because of the tragic death of George Floyd, is that denouncing and doing away with inequality is now job one. We have to recognize our oneness and that we're all members of the human species. And I have always believed that, and I don't understand actually how anyone could not believe that. So basically, this is the first Earth Day in the past 5 years that I can honestly say I'm happy and excited because we have been at Ethical Markets Media for the past over 10 years now, since 2009. Every year we have been tracking the private investments in green sectors, solar, wind, energy efficiency, LED lighting, you know, all of this better way of doing things. And we started doing it in 2009 because we realized that summit, the climate summit, was taking place that year in Copenhagen. We knew it was going to be a train wreck because it was all about naming and blaming and shaming, and you know, bureaucrats getting together and talking about the millions and billions that would be needed, which is not true. But what we came there with was our first total of 1.3 trillion of private investments that was already in the pipeline in all of these, what I call solar age technologies. And today, our prediction in the final one that we did in 2020, the end of last year, was a cumulative 10.3 trillion already in the pipeline. And we knew that basically now the shift from fossil fuels and nuclear power and all of these expensive and devastating technologies was going to be transitioning to what I call the solar age. Actually, I have on my website today my poem called Ode to the Solar Age. If any of you like poetry, take a look, because in all the struggles I've had dealing with economists and big tech types, I would always go home at night and sit down and write a poem to relax. So basically, the other thing that's excited me today is realizing that President Biden had 40 of the top leaders from around the world, I mean, heads of state, including amazingly Xi Jinping from China and even Putin from Russia. And they were all getting together around how to accelerate this inevitable shift in human knowledge, taking us to the solar age, where we are learning from green plants. And the first technology on this planet, which is photosynthesis, the plants taught us how to capture the free photons and turn them into carbohydrates, and that is the basis of our entire food supply, our shelter, and everything on which we humans depend. So far better than any human technologies that we've created. A lot of them, of course, have gone so terribly wrong. And basically, all the human technologies are merely biomimicry, mimicking nature, the best ones. And so one of the things we promote now, since this, of course, is the water planet, we are trying to get over the blindness of so many leaders that are depending, that have our food supply so totally dependent on the planet's 3% of fresh water. which is dwindling and polluted. And at the same time, Mother Nature, in her infinite wisdom, has the other half of the plant kingdom are plants which love salt and grow and thrive in salt water and actually restore the soils in many scrub areas that are unused at the moment. And we could expand the human food supply with these nutritious plants very quickly as part of the great shift that's going on now away from all of those stranded assets, we call them, in fossil fuels and in all of these other areas of really market failures, and getting all of that shifted now much more rapidly into accelerating this transition to the solar age. So basically, that's my hope, that we can continue to grow and overcome human cognitive limitations. And now we have all of these legacy institutions like the World Bank and the IMF and the World Trade Organization and so on and so forth. And it's our beloved children now that are leading the way. And I hope all of us will follow Fridays for Future. And one of the leaders from Fridays for Future has just spoken with all the 40 heads of state listening. And so we all owe a huge debt to Greta Thunberg and all of the young people. And I, as a grandmother, just love the idea of joining with my friend, my longtime friend, and also grandmother, Jane Fonda. And I helped to get Jane Fonda, who has got herself arrested with all of her movie friends all last fall in her Friday fire alarms and in her wonderful book, What Can I Do? And we had Jane Fonda at a UN conference I helped to plan, where she was the keynote speaker. And all these old guys, were sort of thinking, well, what's Jane Fonda gonna say? It's just a movie star. And of course, she's brilliant. And I've known Jane for decades. And she read my Politics of the Solar Age when it came out in 1981. And she took 12 minutes and hit it right out of the park with all the technology. And so this is how women today are honoring Mother Earth. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Hazel Henderson, for your lifetime of commitment to honoring Mother Earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And enjoy the rest of your evening.
Well, indeed, we will.
Thank you all.
Thanks for
Take care.
starting us off. Absolutely.
Good to see you, Hazel.
It's wonderful to see you again, Rick. Take care to everybody. Much
Bye
love.
now.
Bye
Much
now.
love.
Bye-bye.
To follow up on a couple of the points that Hazel made there about, for instance, Mother Earth knowing and creating 97% of the Earth's water as salt water, that we have this halophyte plant, which could, in fact, provide food and high-level nourishment to the entire planet. She has introduced me to a NASA scientist, Dennis Bushnell, who I did an interview on that subject with. And he feels, a senior scientist at NASA, that our real way to redemption, salvation, getting through this climate crisis and the food crisis, the food insecurity that clearly accompanies it, is through halophytes. So it's something that you don't hear about at all. And yet Hazel has been a proponent, Dennis Bushnell, and now I've gotten infected. I've drunk the salt water. And indeed, that's what is going on. And more people are beginning to get a taste of that quality of water and nutrition. So thank you so much, Hazel Henderson, for your starting us off. Let me come to my special schedule here. And now this is wonderful. We have the Intergenerational Panel next, which is young people from all over. And let me see if I can find a little description of them to give you all a little taste of them. We have Adrian Alvarez, Brianna Rain Skildum, grandmother Shannon Crossbear back with us, Jim Greywolf Petruzzi, and Sue Blythe, who are going to speak as a panel about issues regarding Mother Earth and honoring and loving her. So if you would all step up to the plate, so to speak, we'd love to have you on right now.
Hello, it's good to be here.
If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself so we can know your name.
My name is Brianna Rain Skildum. I'm a young professional in Denver, and lately I've been working with Sue on what we've been doing with our intergenerational team.
Beautiful, beautiful. And Sue, wherefore art thou?
Here I am.
Okay, hi Sue, wonderful. You want to introduce yourself a bit and give us
Sure.
a sense?
Yeah, I'm Sue Blythe. I am the coordinator for We the World's Campaign for Environment. And we have partnered with the University of Florida Extension to create a climate collaboratory. And we've been talking about having a youth and elder climate conversation to action program. And so what we have tonight is just a little peek at that process. We've brought in also Adrian Alvarez, who is right here with us.
Excellent. Thank you, Sue. That's wonderful. That really sets a context for us. Adrian and Jim. I guess we can't, Rick, get everyone on at the same time. Is that correct?
No, but I'm going back and forth between
Fine.
focusing on one person speaking and seeing all of the people who are participants.
Part of
So,
the panel. Very
so
good.
at least that for the time being.
Fine.
But
Adrian, are you there?
yes, go ahead, Adrian.
Hi, I'm Adrian Alvarez, and I am 13 years old, and I try to inspire and create awareness about many of the problems that are currently happening in the world, and I try to convince people to start acting.
Beautiful, beautiful. And where do you live, Adrian?
I live in South Florida.
Okay. So people are from all over the country together, Sue, that have joined.
That's right. That's
Wonderful.
right. And we have two elders. Actually, this group is called Tomorrow's Dreamers. And we have the two young people. We're expecting to find many more who want to work with us. And we have three elders. And I know Shannon Crossbear is here. We're expecting one more, but he may not be able to join us. But Shannon is here, and you heard from her earlier.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, you know, if you would like to lead this, facilitate, perhaps pose some questions so we can hear from the youth and what's going on with them, what do they see, and what actions are they looking to generate?
Yeah. So what I'd like to do is start with a video. I have been inspired by the Earth Charter, which is a document that was launched 20 years ago. And it's 16 principles for a sustainable, just, and peaceful future. And last summer, we had a global call for the 20th anniversary of the Earth Charter. And that's when I met Adrian. And I'd like to just share with you what attracted me to him and actually his whole family. So let me bring this up and introduce you to Adrian and his sister.
We think that turning consciousness into action means to put our ideas and determination into action, to be able to help in the current problems and in activities to prevent them in the future. We believe that the people that the world needs right now are those capable of reacting with determination to problems, giving the best of themselves, and even exceeding their own limits to help others. There's an important group of society that wants to form part of this process, and that group is us, children. In the near future, we will be the adults, and we will continue the projects that you start today. But we don't want to wait that long to start working hand in hand with you. We know what is happening, and we want to help. We have great ideas, but we don't have the tools to implement them. That is why we need you. We can be a great team. We are children. We are awake. And we are conscious of what is happening. And from our hearts, we have created a plan to take action.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Alvarez and I'm 10 years old. Something that I've noticed is that whenever I try to explain to my friends about the Earth Charter is that they don't listen or simply they don't care because they think that's an adult thing. Well, I think we should create a space where children can feel like they're part of the Earth Charter. A space where they can learn how to protect their community and the planet. Meanwhile, they learn how to become leaders of the future. The idea my brother and I had is to make kids around the world making groups led by an adult that has fun activities that shows them about the Earth Charter, about community service, how to become a leader of the future, and how to love and protect nature. As you see, us children have ideas. We want to put them in action. And we are counting on you to help us make this world a better place.
Thank you.
So we have the goal of our program is for the elders to provide a network of support for our young people. And I think, Brianna, I'd like to invite you to kind of take the lead here and help Adrian to explain what all this was about and what it's meant to him since then.
Yeah, so from what I can see, and I joined in a little bit later. I joined our team here a couple months ago, and my primary focus is working on the Printernet Gazette and organizing a lot of the work that Adrian and Sue have been doing in order to have it in one accessible place for our intended audience and for, you know, classes and schools and whatnot. And from what I can see, it's a really powerful thing for Adrian and for all of us, especially because it's something that gets more and more important with every passing day. It becomes more and more vital for us to win the game, as we've been saying. And yeah, I think that what we've been doing has such an impact because it's coming from people like Adrian and his sisters. And yeah, Adrian, do you want to tell us a little bit about what it's kind of been like being so young and working on these things with a lot of other adults? I know in the video you and your sister explained about how it's hard to talk to your friends about it, which is understandable. But how does it feel understanding some of these things that you know that your peers don't understand?
First of all, being in stuff like helping the planet and being in events like this one, First of all, it makes me really happy because I know I'm making a difference. And how do I feel that my friends don't know about this? Or, I mean, they know about this, but how do I feel that they don't like act? I sometimes get like a little frustrated or sad because they don't like understand the problem, but I think that's because no one has taught them yet, and I think that's something we need to be focusing on because like I said in the video, we are going to be the leaders of the future, and if we want to excel, I think it would be best if we already know what we're going up against.
Yeah, and that's awesome. It's a lot that we're going up against, you know, and it is hard to know all of it. But what you guys have been doing, what you and your family have been doing, and what we're doing with our team here, it feels really big, and it feels like we are fighting that and addressing those things that might not be completely apparent right away. Because with things like this, especially with things like today's panel, we are having these conversations and we're bringing people together that want to have these conversations and that want to listen in. And every time we have one of these, we are bringing in one more person, or we're piquing the interest of one more person, and we are growing and growing and growing our community. And over time, it's always going to matter what the issues are. It's always going to matter what we have to fix. But over time, those problems are going to be not insignificant, but smaller. They're going to appear smaller because we're going to have a bigger team fighting against those things. We're going to have a bigger team, a bigger community, and it's all going to be because of people like you, Adrian, of people who are using their young minds and who know that you have a long time ahead of you to put effort and love and care into finding a solution for this, for climate and for, you know, societal problems and stuff like that. We have a really bright future ahead of us because of people like you. And so how does that feel? How does that feel to know that because you've started so young and so early that you have a long way to go, but that it's also kind of a benefit because you have a lot of time to work with, you know? Is that intimidating or is it more exciting for you?
For me, it's a little bit of both. First of all, it feels like I have some pressure on me because I'm kind of starting things off for a lot of children in the world. But I'm also excited because I know that I'm inspiring many others to realize that everyone belongs in this team, not just adults or not just governments. Everyone together lives in this earth and we all need to work together. So yeah, I think this is very exciting for me also because I can't wait till we start seeing changes like the climate finally going down, everyone being treated equally. I am excited and I have a little bit of pressure as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility, right? We have a big responsibility with the power that we hold, and we have a duty to take that and, you know, push it as hard as we can. And like you said in that video with your sister, to have people exceeding their own limits in order to help others, it is intimidating, but it's very important. And I think that you and your family are doing it really, really well. And so with our Printernet Gazette here, we're putting together something that we're going to be showing to people, hopefully for a long time coming, and hopefully, or not hopefully, but it is going to be something that we're building on and that we create and build into something bigger. So how do you see that kind of growing as the years go on?
Wait.
Like with what we're doing here and with our panels and stuff like that, like with your young mind and with your dreams and stuff like that, what do you feel like is likely for us to see in our near future as far as like change and the stuff that you want to see?
Okay, thank you, but for clarifying, I'm kind of new to this, so sometimes I get a little bit confused. So these panels and these events, I think it might, like in the beginning, it might seem like they're not doing much, but I'm sure that at least from every event, we're at least inspiring one more person to help. And I am noticing from the panels I've been in, each time they're a little bit bigger. So I think we are doing something. It might not seem as big as we wanted to, but like in the turtle against the hare, slow and steady wins the race.
And I'd like to chime in here with just acknowledging the wonderful job that you two did, and Shannon and Jim, who we hoped would be here, but we did the first Earth Flash game show the other night. And so what we're putting out is a program that we will be developing over the next year to engage young people and those who care about their future to make the change that we all want to see in the world. And so it's been such a privilege to work with Brianna and Adrian and Adrian's younger sisters. We're telling a children's story that feeds into this game show for the young people, that feeds into the community-wide climate conversation that is supported by the global network of support from the elders. And so it's a real privilege to be part of this whole thing. And I thank you, everybody, for letting us come on tonight to tell a little about it.
Wonderful. Well, Sue and Brianna and Adrian and your sister, Adrian, we're all so grateful to hear the voices of the youth. And you too, Sue.
And I think we also, Shannon is part of the group too, correct?
Yes.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah,
Shannon?
well, I'll say something just briefly that Jim had said on another call that I thought was really powerful for those of us that are considered the elders. And for the first time in our history, we have more elders than we have youth. And we far outnumber the youth. The other difference is that we're in a different position. When we were young, our elders passed earlier. They left this earth walk, and many times we didn't have them. But now we're here on this earth walk a little bit longer. And so we have the unique opportunity to create a powerful partnership that has the youth energy and creativity that is coupled with the wisdom brought forth by a lifetime that can combine to really create the change. And I am here to say I am 100,000% behind all of the young people. And I speak as a grandmother with much love for my grandchildren, one of which is here, Miss Brianna. And but I consider all those young people my grandchildren. And I want us all to know that what we do, even in this conversation tonight, is about what the legacy that will be left for them and their children and grandchildren. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Shannon, so much. I want to pick up on something that Adrian actually shared that I think is really seminal when he was speaking about, in fact, I can address you directly, Adrian. I imagine you're still there.
Yeah.
The problems you encounter in speaking to your friends and they're not paying any attention, or not the attention that you think they should be. And you said something that's really very pivotal, and that is that they just haven't learned yet. They haven't been taught yet, both sides of that. And that supposes that with the right education, the right exposure to certain ideas and feelings and relationship, let's say, to Mother Earth, to their own sustenance, that can change. That is where a lot of hope and inspiration lies, right in that space of educating them. So it seems that you're one of the teachers with the rest of us, Adrian. And that's to be very patient, to be very compassionate, very understanding. I'm going to suggest that you be a little playful and a little funny when it comes to talking about things like this, because that's what kids relate to, and honestly, we all do. So this is a long-winded way of saying thank you for your efforts, for your own heart's inspiration, your willingness to listen to the elders that you have surrounding you, your own parents, Shannon, Sue, and others. It speaks really well of you, and I'm really pleased to hear you speaking about the larger picture, that you're grokking it, that you understand how important this is. I think that means to finish up. So thank you, Sue, Shannon, Brianna, Adrian, and Adrian, your sisters. Really good to have you.
Thank you.
So important, from the mouth of babes, as they say. I think he's more of an adult than a child at this point, but we'll let that be for the moment, because I want him to enjoy his childhood. Well, what do you say, folks? How about a little artistic performance? How about a little music to lighten the mood a touch? Well, for that, we have Missy Galore, Shamanatrix of Evolution. Wow. Galactivator. Wow, I'm pronouncing all the words correctly. Of Goodness, Servant of Cosmic Love. So if you would come forward now and take over the stage and do your thing, we'd be most grateful.
Well, blessings, everyone. So good to be with you on this Earth Day. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Loud and clear. Wonderful. Well, I'm very grateful to Glowing Constellation with this brilliant association of love lights, bringing their best to help each other and share the love. And as much as we face these challenges of our time, as we come together and align, we blossom beauty to transcend the generations. And it's just an honor to feel it in action with all of these beautiful projects here. For me, my humble joy is to grow a culture of Levolution, which supports and nourishes all of us to live from our heart to heart. In the wellness, we be one earth family. When we embrace the strength of the radical cuteness of that idea, it becomes very clear that to help each other is to really help ourselves. To help the earth is to enhance our personal wealth. And as we honor this interconnectedness, may we grow a culture aligned with heart bliss, priorities elevated to help us all, that we welcome all to hear this call of love. Going to share a psychedelic devotional disco invocation, but first I'd like to invite us all to sync up with a sequence I call the heart kiss breath. And I'm going to give you a roots culture jaw harp background to this. And super simple, super fun. It'll activate us all with yum. We just Breathe in and receive the gift of life as a kiss from creation. And as we exhale, we share these loving vibrations. Breathe in, receive that precious gift of life, and share that spark of goodness with hearts alight. I invite you to breathe in deep and sweet at your own pace. Activate the heart kiss grates. We are tapped into a primal flow beyond what we can understand and know, and yet it holds us in this place of human incarnation. And we align our heart wisdom to raise the vibration. We are love, we are light, we are water and breathing life. Thank you, Mama Earth, for birthing us. Gratitude, we are your stardust, mixed with water into human form. So all the breathing form. Coming together on this circuit where we activate our play as play. Raise the frequency for the benefit of all that we. Mama Earth, you hold us here. We cherish you, respect for this here. Let us come and organize. Raise up, human rights. Change priorities of society so we can be in the living now. We are love, we are light, we are water and breathing life. Thank you, Mama Earth, for birthing us. Gratitude, we are your stardust, mixed with water into human form. So our love can be reborn. We are love, we are light, we are water and breathing life. Thank you, Mama Earth, for birthing us. Gratitude, we are your stardust, mixed with water into human form. So our love can be reborn. May the love we share radiate everywhere from the singularity to infinity. We are the world, we are the light, we are the human family, bringing the light. Planet hearts, reaching together, elevating earth roots now and forever. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We're gathered together and walking through the door. Opening embrace every human race in harmony with our earth friends. Mama Earth, birthing us. Gratitude, we are your stardust. Mixed with water into human form. So our love can be reborn. Love you, family. Gratitude and blessed being. Our creation, one love, our creation, one love, in the love we share. Radiate everywhere from the singularity to infinity. We are love, we are light, we are water in 3D light. Thank you, Mama Earth, birthing us. Gratitude, we are your stardust. Mixed with water into human form. So our love can be reborn. We are incarnated and this is not a test. Let's use our time on earth to bring our best. Calibrate our hearts with loving kindness. Share with each other a blessing We are incarnated and this is not a test. Time to use our energy for the very best. Come together in constellation to elevate the great vibration. Be the loving light for society. Carrying that torch kindly. Sharing together the love that we are. Connected on the Mama Earth star. Love you, family. Gratitude and blessed be our creation. One love, our creation. One love, in the love we share. Radiate everywhere from the singularity to infinity. We are love, we are light, we are water in 3D light. Thank you, Mama Earth, birthing us. Gratitude, we are your stardust. Mixed with water into human form. So our love can be reborn. Happy Earth Day, beloveds. Our creation, one love, 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 our creation. One love. May the love we share radiate everywhere from the singularity to infinity.
Thank you
Planet
very much.
Heart.
Thank you, my dear Missy Galore. You are
Beaming love and blessings.
glorious galore. Appreciate it. Radical cute. I like that. Radical cuteness. That's great. Thank you for the entertainment. Very much appreciate it. Just what we needed. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next guest speaker is Dahr Jamail, who is a lovely gentleman and internationally renowned journalist. He's done a lot of work in the Middle East over the course of decades, going into war zones and some of the most difficult kind of reportage there is. He also happens to be a mountaineer, and he has been climbing the highest mountains on the planet for the past 20 plus years. And his experience resulted in a book called The End of Ice. I saw him interviewed a couple of times. I reached out to him. I read the book and interviewed him for A Better World Radio. And I was so moved by the book that I got choked up. I cried, and I wanted my tears to become ice because it was melting so fast. It appears that he was with us briefly, and Rick, is it so that we can't yet find him?
Yeah, hopefully, maybe he's having technical issues. Maybe do you want to go on to the next person, and then we can come back to him if he's able to work it out.
So yeah, let's just see here. The next person is Leslie Field, who was just with us. And I just want to say a quick word, though, about The End of Ice, because it's so important. This is a mountaineer who has been tracking the way the ice has been melted all over the planet, as I mentioned. He consulted with scientists, he consulted with park rangers about the phenomenon, what was occurring. He found himself walking in water instead of walking and hiking on ice. And I invited him to speak, and it looks like we cannot find him, and wanted Dr. Leslie Field, who has been trained in chemical engineering at MIT and UC Berkeley in electrical engineering, is an adjunct lecturer at Stanford, who is involved in and founded an extraordinary project called the Arctic Ice Project. And she, interestingly, has come up with a solution to the melting of ice, truly one of the most difficult and challenging parts of what is going on with global warming. And if we can find Leslie, okay, it looks like she's ready to go. And she has an extraordinary PowerPoint to share with us that will graphically lay out the problem as well as a solution that she has been researching and working on now for quite a while. So it's really with a great honor and humility that I bring Dr. Leslie Field on to our Earth Day event.
Wow. Well, thank you, Mitchell, so much for inviting me here. It's quite an honor for me. And to speak at an upbeat and varied and intergenerational event like this on Earth Day, that is a total delight. So thank you. Been enjoying this so far.
Absolutely.
I will likely depress you a bit because the climate is as bad as you think it is. But I will also try to leave you with some hope, because I couldn't bear to look at that and look at my kids and not do something about it. And it turns out there's a lot of really interesting solutions being worked on out there. So let's see if I can share my screen, if that works. Oh, good. It's working.
You are co-host. Great.
Yeah, then life is good. Yeah,
Okay.
I do like Zoom because I'm on it enough.
Right.
Okay, and I guess I'm going to, so as not to interfere with the slides, you can probably see my view of people on the side or not.
Mm-mm.
Oh, in that case, I'll leave you here so I don't feel like I'm talking to space. Great.
Right.
So we are, as Mitchell said, the Arctic Ice Project. We used to be Ice 911 Research, but found that that name doesn't seem to work too well for international over time, and we are growing. This thing at the bottom of every degree matters and every degree is worth fighting for is really how I help, especially my students. As Mitchell said, I'm an adjunct lecturer at Stanford, which means that I teach a class every fall on engineering, entrepreneurship, and climate change. And I have done this for 11 years. I'll do it again this fall. It's open to auditors. If you find yourselves fascinated and like the level of detail I go into, please audit in the fall. Just let me know if you're interested. But it's they come into this class so darn worried, and especially a few years ago, right as the Paris Accords were happening, it's like, but what if we can't reach that? What if we exceed those temperature limits? I mean, what if we're over 1.5, or if we're over 2? Do we just give up? And it's like, no. I think the worst thing we can do is just give up and stop. We have to keep on looking for reasonable solutions. And so every degree does matter, and every degree is going to be worth fighting for. So I hope to engage you in the good fight. I think by being here, it says that you're likely to want to do that. This is the video that is the most impactful, and I watch people's jaws drop on it, but I'm going to fast forward through it a bit because it's also a bit downbeat. And I do want to get us to the solution. It's a 2-minute video overall. I'll give you a little bit of the context and then race through some of it. So you're seeing that sea ice over 4 years old, how much of it, how many million square kilometers were in the Arctic starting back here at this time stamp that we started at, I think it was 1984. So you're seeing month by month, year by year, this beating heart, I've heard it described as the Arctic ice. You can see that in the summer it's melting away, less white, less gray, and more dark blue. Dark blue is open ocean, bright white is multi-year reflective ice. This has acted as the Earth's sun shield, heat shield, white t-shirt for millennia. And what we're seeing is that the inventory of this ice, of this multi-year ice, is decreasing, and it's being lost through the Fram Strait, this area between Greenland and Svalbard, and it's used to have a huge inventory in what's called the Beaufort Gyre. Just for context, we've been climate modeling the heck out of this area, and we've been experimenting up here. So we actually have been doing work here. As Mitchell says, I've been at it a while, so we've been able to do a lot. We're a nonprofit, we're small, so we don't do it as quickly as I'd love, but I'm fast forwarding now. And really, we get into the heart of what happened to all that bright white ice? This is what's called a positive feedback loop, which doesn't mean that it has positive effects. It means that the more it happens, the faster it keeps happening. It accelerates itself. So a positive feedback loop with negative effects. And you can see as we're rolling towards the present here, this is from NASA, by the way, just the best imagery of this I've seen yet. You can see that there's hardly any bright reflective ice left. And so under current conditions, there's no natural way back. You have to think about, if you think this is a big deal, you have to think about ways to try to replace this in some other way, or put up with these dire pair of facts. So here's the really depressing part of the show. I promise we'll move to hope soon. Basically, two of my favorite ice experts in the world, we're actually in contact with 4 of the terrific ice experts in the world, 2 of them on our scientific advisory board and 2 of them here being quoted. And Peter Wadhams gave a webinar with us a couple days ago, so he's fantastic. The overall change in this albedo, albedo means brightness, there's your vocabulary word for the day, could add as much as 50% to what's already driving our temperature up with the increased CO2 in the atmosphere. And it's a problem. It's accelerating things. It's 25% if you look at ocean, 50% if you look at ocean and land ice. This loss of reflectivity, it truly is like taking that white t-shirt and turning it black. We don't reflect the sunlight in the summer from the Arctic nearly as well anymore. And that's 24-hour-a-day sunlight. So this is bad. This is why this is a big problem. And Don Perovich, another really noted ice expert who gave the webinar before Peters. We do love listening to these guys because they really know what they're doing. Gets quoted, he gives the NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration report card on the state of the Arctic every December, one of the big scientific conferences. And here, back in March of '85, old ice was about 30% of Arctic sea ice cover. And now, I can't see it for mine, but I'll confirm my memory. Now it's about 1%. So, move those so you can see. So, that's bad. That's just terrible news, and it's been so rapid. People have been predicting it for a few decades before that, but to watch it really tip is just incredible. And in fact, when I first met Don, he was showing me these things on his computer at the U.S. Army's Cold Regions Research and Environmental or Engineering Laboratory up in New Hampshire. He now teaches at Dartmouth nearby. So bad, right? It's happened quickly. It's one of the most visible signs of climate change, and that's maybe a hope, because that means that people begin to believe. You know, I look out my window here, I'm doing it right now. I actually can't tell how many ppm CO2 are in the atmosphere by looking out there. But when you look at satellite imagery in the Arctic, you can see it. So I'll give you, because I saw young people here, and I'm going to give you just a little bit of context. I was a woman in STEM before it was even remotely cool. And this is my MIT pod as I was going through something called, it was part of my master's program, the MIT School of Chemical Engineering Practice. And yes, I'm that one. My hair is showing solidarity with the Arctic now rather than its original color. It is what we're hoping the Arctic will aspire to. But I was the only student in that picture, right? We had an administrator who, this was the administrative team who ran this particular spot where we did practice school. So the good thing about this sort of experience is that you never assume anything is going to be easy. You get used to carving your own path. You get used to persevering. And in one of my jobs at HP Labs, we were mentored by a wonderful person who just kept asking us about things that had a big impact. If not me, who? If not now, when? And so it gives you the gumption to, just a couple years ago, so was no spring chicken, to go ahead and hike up the saddle trail, Mount Katahdin, with my youngest son and my brother, who was a mighty mountain man. And this is what they laughingly call a trail. And it's like, this is pretty much what climate, working on climate projects feels like. We ended with 3 thunderstorms and a moose. It was an exciting day. But it helps you persevere. And so for anybody who's feeling like they might be the only person like them in the room, woman in STEM is cooler now, but it wasn't then, whatever. I noticed that many, many people who do incredible things have that outsider feeling. So this really is directed towards the young people, but really any people. Don't let it hold you back. Just realize how it's made you tough enough to take on what you want to take on. This beautiful slide was made by a colleague of mine at Arctic Ice Project, and she started out volunteering. Now she's working for us officially part-time, but she's working for a lot of the time as a volunteer still. And what it does is it shows something that I've noticed and is not what you got trained in when you're doing engineering school. You have to work beyond what the technical solution is. The technical solution is a tiny part of the problem. And if you don't understand and partner with the groups that can help you with understanding who actually lives there and knows something about that environment, work with the policymakers, do your rigorous scientific work for sure. But you really have a lot of people, a lot of stakeholders who you have to care about and you have to work with, or you're not going to be able to solve the problem in the way that it needs to be solved, in the way that'll do any good, in the way that'll be adopted at the end. So we work a lot on collaborations internationally now, much more. Bless the pandemic, we had to get on Zoom, and that means you might as well collaborate with Norway, as well as, somebody in the next town over. And so that's really helping to set us forward. And this is actually up in Utqiagvik, up in that spot in Alaska I pointed out, where we work with the native corporation, UIC Science, and we've gotten to know a lot of the people who actually live there. Up in Utqiagvik, Michael Thomas taught me to drive a snowmobile. That's our principal engineer, Alex Schultz. That's me. As we set up an instrumentation buoy up there as far north in the US as you can go. So one of the really neat things about taking on work like this is your life becomes different than you ever imagined it would, and it certainly gets interesting. So there's the end of that. We have chosen, we've gone through many, many materials. What happened was, I guess the story here is, and I guess I'll go to this other picture while I tell this part of the story. In 2006, I saw the Al Gore movie. That's what woke me up that, oh my gosh, I've always loved the outside. I've got a wildflower garden going always. I love hiking, Sierra Club, the whole thing. But I hadn't realized how bad climate change had gotten. And I hadn't realized it was going to not only touch my kids here in California, but it has the great potential to ruin their lives if we don't do something, right? And that was not acceptable. So this is myself and my son up in Utqiagvik. He volunteered with us a couple times. This is our youngest son. And I just looked at them. He was 6 at the time. His older brother was 10. And I was just like, oh God, I got to add habitable planet to the to-do list. And so that's what I did. And what I came to realize, I had just become a consulting professor at Stanford, was that I could jump into all those climate classes and meetings and meet with people that I was welcome to do that and learn what on earth did we need. And I decided to take on the Arctic. So that's how that, and it's because in the Gore movie, even back then in 2006, 20% of global temperature rise was coming from this lost white t-shirt in the Arctic. So we've worked with a lot of materials, and we found that what the safest and most practical and effective one yet, out of all those different kinds of things we've tried, is something called hollow glass microspheres. It's a commercial product that's out there everywhere, and it has a number of really desirable characteristics, which I don't think this is an all technical audience, so I'll skip over a lot of this, but it's not nanoplastics, it won't attract oil-based pollutants, and it's made of things that have been in our environment a lot. You know, silica, which is the main ingredient in this stuff, is everywhere. It's in all, perhaps, of our rocks. It's one of the most ubiquitous, most common materials on the planet. It's in all our marine environments, and it looks safe. But I've been an engineer for long enough to know that, you know, you can assume everything's fine, but you better keep on testing the heck out of things. And one of these mentions of the Norwegians I'm saying is there's a wonderful group of marine biologists who are just really excited to be collaborating with us, and we're trying to raise the money to get that done. They have the expertise to do this. I call this my magic slide. Again, thinking, Mitchell, give me a thumbs up or thumbs down, but I think this is mostly not very technical audience. Is that correct?
Generally not technical, but
Yeah.
you're doing
Yeah.
a fine job in your walking
okay.
that. You're not on thin ice, believe it or not.
Well, thank you. I'll try not to be thick about it either.
You're walking on that fine line. It's just excellent. Please
Oh,
keep going.
thanks. Well,
Yeah.
then I'll keep wandering through this.
Yeah.
Open ocean, this is measured actually, I think these numbers are all, except for ours, coming from Don Perovich's group. So one of those polar experts I talked about. They measure this albedo, this reflectivity. It's got a big effect on how much you're heating up oceans or melting ice when that summer sun is hitting. Open ocean absorbs just about everything that hits it. I mean, there are subtleties of angle and things like that, but it absorbs most of it, so you reflect very little. Once you get that layer of thin ice, you're reflecting more. Yay, hooray for our side. What the Earth is used to is when you have much thicker ice, this multi-year ice, this big inventory of having ice thick enough and imperfect enough with all that year upon year of layering to reflect a lot of light, you get to reflect a ton of it away. And so this has been the heat shield, especially if you've got snow on top of this, you can't do better. It's great. What we do is just this simple thing of by putting a hair's width type thickness of this material on small areas of the Arctic, what the climate modeling is showing us, how do our small field tests scale to what would happen in the Arctic, you can boost your reflectivity right away. It's an instant fix. The thing is, it won't last through a whole, long summer yet. You're going to have to rebuild year by year for that. But the part that you can treat, it changes it right away. and that makes it melt slower. And over time, it looks like we have the potential to regrow multi-year ice. So if you're going to do something with the planet deliberately, climate intervention, you want to take the most careful approach you can. And the reasoning I had was, well, if I replace what was until recently there, ice, and if I do it in as small an area as possible with as limited a material as possible, I'm minimizing the risks of these unintended consequences that are, basically humanity saying, well, I know how to fix this. I'm going to try that. What could possibly go wrong? And you do it in a big way and suddenly, oh, that. Well, there better be an undo switch. Oh, I didn't build one in. So I wanted to avoid all of those common mistakes that you see. And so that's what we're doing, basically very localized and very minimal intervention. We've worked for years, not only in Utqiagvik in Alaska, but we've also worked on a pond in Minnesota, a homeowner's pond, brilliant retired PhD chemist, very handy with tools. And on his pond, just this season, we got some great shots. Alex was out there. Despite COVID, he managed to get there and get back safely. Our family risks were too high. I've been grounded for this last year. The bare ice looks about like this, not very bright, snow near it, beautiful contrast, has wonderful reflectivity. By putting these HGMs, hollow glass microspheres, on there, instantly this is the same spot. This turned into this. So it's nice demonstration of it. We always work with the people who live in an area. So this is up in Utqiagvik. This is Charles, I think, it's hard to remember all these years later with all this winter clothing, drilling an ice sample. And so he's part of the UIC, the Native Corporation up there. And this is Satish Chetty. He was an instrumentation volunteer for us for years. I'm taking the picture. And so that's what it looked like as we were setting things up on a lake up in Utqiagvik. Small test, whoops. As we were setting up for the season there, we got permissions and all to work on that lake. And this is that homeowner's pond in Minnesota. And this is what it looks, so this was setting up instrumentation. This is what it looked like right after we'd been spreading these materials, just 5 foot by 5 foot square outline to try to get a consistent dosing. This is what happened under a sheet, but sheets have problems. But really interesting to watch how with the right choice of materials, you can really retain reflectivity and retain ice and snow. And this was, of course, the untreated ice surrounding, our test area. Always, when you're doing scientific work, you always need a control that you didn't do anything to in your test area. And this is what this season looked like from drone footage. We were lucky enough to get that. Right after the melt, this was the untreated area. This was the treated area. And you've got this material persisting on top of the thin ice that's remaining, but it lasted longer than here. And the temperatures during which the melt was happening were 60 degrees. It was an unusually hot and early melt for Minnesota. So interesting stuff. The material has wandered away here, and it's part of why we really have to work with marine biologists to see what is going to be an effect on the phytoplankton there. What will be the effect if we do this sort of thing and the materials go somewhere. And that is almost the end, right? So we come back to this full circle moment of the reason, half of the reason, one of my two kids, that I'm doing this work, then coming and volunteering with me up there in Utqiagvik meant the world to me. That was really neat. It's a wonderful shared experience when your family gets really involved. And so that's just a wonderful thing. And I think this is almost my last slide. This is just saying that we don't have to carpet the Arctic. We have been really working hard to find what are key leverage points where we can, by climate modeling, take these results from a tiny pond to what would happen in the real world. And what are the positive effects and what are the negative effects? Will you have some place that'll be a little bit hotter, a little bit colder, while this place has lots more ice? Will you stabilize the climate, stabilize the jet stream again? That's certainly the hope. Will this place get more water or less? You really have to get all those things assessed. And our timeline is that we're working to get all of these questions, safety and impacts, positive and negative, finished within the next 5 years. With the right funding, we can do that because we're learning how to do these collaborations that are really needed to be able to, not I don't have to learn climate modeling. I can collaborate with experts to do it. I don't have to learn ecotoxicological testing, collaborate with experts. And that's the only way I think we're going to get the job done, is to collaborate with expertise. Excitingly, tomorrow, I'm going to be speaking in another thing that can only get off the ground through collaboration. I got approached to, won't this work on the Himalayas? I've been concerned about the Himalayas for a long time. We're going to have the first webinar discussing how could we get going on the Himalayas and Greenland with the right collaborations. So help the drinking water of over 1 billion people that is very much at risk, and help with preventing this sea level rise that could wipe out all the coastal communities on Earth. There's my bright note to end on. But the thing is that there are practical solutions. And that class at Stanford that I teach, you know, I bring in people who have wonderful solutions. And so my students go from being really despairing and anxious to, in general, most of them figuring out in the course of the quarter, they see somebody whose skill set looks kind of like what they're interested in. It's like, that's what I could do. And so that's a useful thing, is to know that there really are hopeful things out there. So we flipped on its head this thing that is a dire circumstance that's threatening all of humanity and many of the species that we care about and depend upon. You know, the web of life on Earth will change if we don't do something. There's the bad news. But if you take a challenge like that, here we are in Silicon Valley, you can flip that and say, wow, that must be an enormous opportunity to do some good. And that's exactly what we're working on. So the idea is that we believe by doing this at the right scale in the right areas, we could give the world something like 15 years more to accomplish these ferocious tasks of decarbonizing the atmosphere and the economy that we have to do. And so that's the point, is we're not saying this is the only thing you have to do. That would be a huge, huge mistake. But it gives you time to do what you need to do, and should have gotten started on a long time ago. And the other urgent thing I will say is that there are more and more predictions that the Arctic could be ice-free in the summer by 2030 if we don't do something. Ice-free in the summer. Enormous further risks come from that. Methane release is one of them. And the other thing that I hear more and more lately is, if we don't get this under control, the entire environment, greenhouse gas challenges, global warming, under control within the next 10 years, if we don't take some serious, serious action, well, this is the last chance we have, really, to save it for our kids. So within the next decade is what has to happen. So hopefully that's a call to action, and understanding that there are a lot of, we are not the only ones. There are a lot of solutions out there that are begging for the attention, the funding, the sort of exposure that Mitchell is kindly offering work like this. So thank you very,
Beautiful,
very
Leslie
much.
Field. Thank you so much. I'd like to, before letting you go, I'd like to just have a word with you, if I may, to follow up on some of what you're saying, and to kind of give it into digestible pieces for people to understand who might not have the larger picture of how you're addressing this problem. I mean, when we first met, I have to say, I loved the idea that you approach this as this problem, as a puzzle of material science. And you began thinking, as a material scientist, what can I bring forward to solve this problem in a way that's, pardon the expression, eco-friendly, eco-sensitive, and will become part of the ecological system of, in this case, the Arctic, and there are, of course, other places. I think that, it just needs to be stated how brilliant that simple direction is that you struck out on, and the solution that you found with the glass microspheres, the silica microspheres. And there's a point that you made to me in the interview we did some time ago about their fractal nature. In that sense, if you put just a small amount into, the Arctic, which I believe you did, you found that it started to compound and to multiply. Could you just say a word about that?
The leverage. Yeah, so
Yes.
we've only, and thank you for saying this is a brilliant idea. The other side of that is I describe it as embarrassingly simple.
But that's where genius lies.
So I enjoy hearing this.
Yes.
Uh, um, so be clear that the only places that we've done experimentation has been in rather small areas. We've covered as much as 2 football fields up in a lake, freshwater lake up in Barrow.
Mhm.
Utqiagvik, both names operate. Um, and so the effects you see on the environment with that are zero, basically, right? They're very localized effects. So we haven't been able to see this this magnification, this leverage. What we do is we carry those results and then we put them into climate modeling to have the predictions. So these run on supercomputers. We're lucky enough to have some access to the supercomputers at NASA, the local NASA Ames, NASA Earth Exchange, and courtesy of one of our board members and one of our volunteers. It's a lovely thing. But without that, you can't actually picture what is this impact from this tiny area, on a lake. What will that do for the world? Those climate models are indicating that we can have this leveraged effect that we were hoping for. You don't have to carpet the Arctic. You can find a small area and do this. And to those who are really young here, if they're still on, I started this stuff out working in little tanks on my deck just to check my intuition and check, do things work the way you think they would? So you can start very small if you've got some ideas. I would say that's something that, it's accessible to anybody for whom that's the skill set and the joy that they happen to have.
That's
I'm
inspiring.
curious. Yeah, I'm curious, Dr. Field, because it does sound like a brilliant solution. I'm just wondering if you are able to scale it up, would there be any kind of interaction between these, the silica, what you have and the environment that it's in? Have you looked into, is there any downside to it? In other words, if you are actually to scale up it to the point where it becomes effective in that way?
So yeah, there's a few points, and thank you for asking that. That's one of the so key questions, right? And first, do no harm is actually the principle that I really, really adhere to. I'm fanatic about that because, is the worst thing we can do to do something stupid to the environment? Probably. The next worst thing is to give up. But first, do no harm. I mean, it behooves us. We've got to be cautious. These materials are chosen because there's a lot of silica in the oceans and in the land environments already. And so it's not a lot of hollow glass microspheres there, but glass is pretty darn benign, and it's mostly silica. What we're putting in here, proposing to put in, is a very tiny, minuscule amount compared to the kind of silica that's already in the oceans. It's in a lot of what gets washed in rivers. They talk about riverine sediments. And so there's a lot of this kind of material there. We have sent it out to a couple of testing labs years ago to feed it to fish and bird species, just to see, is there, the fact that these are long-standing commercial products already says that the manufacturers have done a lot of testing and there's no particular toxicity or carcinogenicity or mutagenicity. None of those hazards are being identified. They can be very irritating if you have something that's of small enough size and you start breathing it. That can be a problem, but it avoids, I mean, you sound technical enough. I'm giving you sort of the full spiel. So Mitchell, stop me if you should. But silicosis is something that people worry about when they hear silica. Could that be silicosis? If it were a crystalline form, yes, that would be a worry. But a glass, by definition, is amorphous. And so we have amorphous silica here, not harmful. And so that's part of the no carcinogenicity. I was really encouraged the other day. I got curious. The FDA has approved, I believe has approved, or is in the process of approving use of an HGM, a hollow glass microsphere that's porous, for delivering cancer medicine to tumors, that you swallow it. And that's rather nice. And if you look at, the ingredient lists on some of the things you eat, like my vitamins every morning, silica is often used as a binder. And so, yeah, but I'm really excited we're going to work with Syntef, because here's the nightmare for me. It's the second order effects. It looks like, okay, fundamentally, this stuff is pretty darn safe. But what if we do boost the wrong kind of phytoplankton growth? What if like when people have too many deer around, they'll introduce wolves or something, and then they find, there've been these nightmares with
It's a disruption to the ecosystem
right.
as it was given. So you have to be concerned about what the downstream effects, no
Thank
pun intended, would be.
Yeah, yes, that was good. And every time people have done one of these wolves and foxes and bunnies and type of thing of, oh, we'll introduce that and that'll take care of that. It just gets into this viciously out of control thing. And that's one of the things I really want these folks at Syntef in Norway to help us assess is, fine, let's assume we're lucky enough this isn't going to be harmful to any critter. I mean, but that's the first test, right? And then beyond that, let's make sure we don't throw something out of whack. And the things that are useful to us are that there are a lot of these commercial materials around, and they aren't the only type of material we've considered. So if we have to pivot it, we have to change it because, oh, great, but in a 50 micron diameter, it's a disaster. We can do that. We just have to research it enough to know.
Sure.
So, yeah, that great question, though.
Yeah, thank you
Well-
for explaining that, and I'm so glad that you are considering at that level of detail what
In fact,
possibilities are.
that is one of the points that I've described and discussed with you, Leslie, over some time is, I guess, was more about my impatience for the delivery of this product in a safe way. And it seemed to me, I mean, you're a wonderfully conservative scientist, the way scientists should be. So I have endeavored, unbeknownst to you, to find funding for you. And so this process can
The
be
answer to a
accelerated.
prayer, yes.
Okay, because I consider the bleaching of the coral under the water and the ice that is melting as two of the primary problems of global warming. I mean, all of them are serious problems, extinction, etc. Don't get me wrong, but if you had to create a hierarchy of issues to be dealt with, it's a fire alarm, what to do first. I feel that this and coral bleaching are, that have to do with the plankton, which is the beginning of the whole food chain, and what you're doing of reflecting so the sea levels don't go, et cetera, is of utter importance. So if something comes through, I'll certainly be letting you know.
Thank you. And you and I should have a talk afterwards, sometime soon, because there's a lot more ammunition you could have as you do outreach that I can provide to you
Absolutely.
about answers to things
That's
people
excellent.
are likely to ask. Yeah.
Well, Dr. Leslie Field, thank you so much for your good work and for coming and joining us for this 14th anniversary Earth Day that we celebrate in New York and, well, now on Zoom, every year. It's really a pleasure and an honor to have you.
Oh, Mitchell, thank you so much. Thank you all for your attention and for great questions. I'm going to go on slightly invisible here and listen for a little while, but I've
Sure.
got another talk tomorrow. So
Of course. Thank you again, Leslie.
take care. Thanks
Okay.
so much.
Wow. God, do I have to say, for all of us here together, gathered for this evening's event, this is, Dahr Jamail, unfortunately, seems like he won't be joining us, it appears, but you now understand better. I conveyed nothing like he can, the heartbreak involved in the melting of ice, but we all know that in our own hearts, really, as well as cognitively, by looking around and listening to little patches of news here and there that tell the truth, which isn't often enough. But what I put them back to back in our event tonight so that you could go from, honestly, heartbreak, which is an experience we need to have, as Leslie was pointing out at the beginning here, to, oh my God, there are solutions. There really is a way that we can go forward with some level of confidence, even though there are so many tipping points that have been passed from which we will not be able to we can't revive them. We've gone past certain points, and that's just the way it is. And it's important for us to wake up as a result of that. But Leslie Field, thank you again for your good work, your commitment, wanting to save the planet for your children and make it habitable, because the rest of us will also be benefiting. So,
Oh, I have to say thank you to that. And I'm reading your kind comments in the chat, people. Thank you.
wonderful.
You
That's
have
wonderful.
warmed my heart for Earth Day. Happy Earth
Oh,
Day to
great,
you
great.
all.
We have a wonderful group here, and now you're getting a sense of it. So
Wow. Yeah,
thank you
thank you.
again.
I'm really
Indeed.
honored. I will hop off in a minute here.
Okay, very good. And now, so to help us with the digestion of that, we have someone who will act sort of like enzymatically with us, a wonderful woman, Heidi Little, who also sang last year and will be doing so again. She's an internationally known award-winning singer-songwriter about self-love, and she's an empowerment educator. So Heidi, welcome.
Hi, Mitchell. Happy Earth Day,
Hi.
everybody. Yay. Yeah,
Great to have you.
Dr. Leslie, thank you so much. And everybody who's contributed tonight, and the children. I'm the co-founder and director of International Children's Month, which is June, and this is our 9th year. And I also work with We the World as our children and youth coordinator. So we absolutely love the children and Earth Day, and what a beautiful panel. And the song I'm going to play for you guys was written in 2009. And I was overcome with where we were headed then. We had just battled to get, recycling in Austin, Texas, and won. And, it was a very interesting time. And I was literally laying in the grass, and I asked the earth, what do we need to know? What do we need to hear? And this is the song that came up, and it's called One. And it's the message from Mother Earth, unaltered. And here we go. So I'm going to put my headphones on so I can hear what you hear. And I hope you can open your heart and feel how much love the earth has for you. Been distracted by foolishness and doubt, beauty to breathe, depletion of non-renewable resource, time to test a fire. Real. One heart, one world, and one song. One. New day has dawned. Time to test a fire. This life is real. The chance has been taken. No more room to weep. Solution. Sing it from the mountain, sing it from the shore, sing it from wherever you find yourself living for. Sing it for your freedom, sing it for your friends, sing it from the place inside of you that never ends. Sing it for our children, sing it for the love, sing it from the place inside of you that's rising up. All the love.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Heidi.
So beautiful.
Beautiful.
Just gorgeous.
That's great. Thank you so much. Just the kind of break we needed in between the different emotions that are moving us and stirring inside our hearts tonight. A little musical, beautiful reprieve like that really touches the soul. So now we have, talking about touching souls, we have Choctaw-Navajo and Chahta-Dineh wisdom keeper, Indigenous woman, international speaker and healer, Patricia Ann Davis, to be our next speaker. Patricia.
Lovely to see all of you here. Indeed, our Mother Earth is, and our environment is, and our humanity is in peril. And I thank Dr. Field for all the details and about how to. And so that's what my work is, the Indigenous ceremonial change process, how I name authentic ceremony to tell our, to change, to reframe our thinking, to tell our body correct information. And so that's systemic level change. And you all know, or I'm going to remind you, that Indigenous people, and particularly I'm speaking from Indigenous American Indian lens, that we were and still are stewards. We're stewards of the four sacred elements of earth, water, fire, and air. What does that mean? Stewardship. The conflict of interest on European contact is stewardship and ownership. And so then in our affirmative thinking system, it means that we take care of the earth, water, fire, and air, and that earth, water, fire, and takes care of us. That's the simplicity of what I mean by stewardship. And that happened for generations and centuries. And now we are all remembering, and we're all reawakening by the crisis that we're experiencing, that it is absolutely necessary for us to change our intention toward ourselves and others. We have very powerful, profound diagnostic terminology words. And there is a word that describes people who use their five senses as a weapon against themselves and others. Hear that, listen to that carefully, because intention is everything. And there is either destructive or constructive. And so from our intention, then we can visualize and we can affirm and we can manifest. So the solution and the leverage point is within our own thinking processes of what we say yes and no to. And also to recognize that as humane beings, that requires us to stop recruiting the next generation to participate in their own demise. And so listen to me when I tell you I'm a sacred child of creator within creation. And that means that the fundamental basis of equality is that that applies to everyone equally. Ya'at e shik e shidane, that is my family, my relatives, in this oneness within the natural order that we call Hojo. And our ceremony, particularly the ceremony that restores us to wholeness, to holiness with H and wholeness with W, is called Hojoj, which is the blessed way, living the loving way as a way of life. And so Adonai, a Mississippi band of Choctaw and Chile, Hachini, Bashalchin, Chahta-Dineh, Edeshache, Kia Ani, Edeshanella. This is a formal way of introducing myself and my lineage. And so I'm coming from the authentic medicine people of these two extended family groups, my initiation, my training, and my experience. And when I say these words and the vibration of it, they are in the thinking system of affirmative, because we don't have a concept of a deficient image, that we're born evil, we're born shadow side, we're born with dark side, we're born something wrong with us. There is no context for that in the natural order laws. There is no terminology. There's no way to say I am, other than that we are all precious within the environment. And so every healing ceremony begins with that affirmation of the divine feminine and divine masculine, and certainly the healthy helping teamwork within us and between us as life giver, nurturer, and the protector, provider. What is good for what is good, beautiful, and true for all of us. And that is the phrase Kudo Hojo Do Le. I really wish I could convey to you the profound beauty of how we are in our sacred selves and in our sacred place in the universe. We're in our eternal self, in our eternal journey within the four, I'm going to say 4 sacred mountains, but we have 7 sacred mountains, which are describing this place of our home to celebrate. We're celebrating and honoring Mother Earth, our home, our habitat, our sanctuary, our synagogue, our church, our place of acknowledging and having gratitude and conveying that truth is and love is the only real power. That's also is our protection. And then we say the phrase Nahasan Hima, Nahasan Hima, our sacred Mother Earth, Jonah A, is Father Sky. And between Mother Earth and Father Sky, we have our footing within the natural order, which is east, south, west, and north, child, youth, and adult, and elder, and spring, summer, fall, and winter. And then, quote, white people, red people, yellow people, black people. But we're saying that we're all a jewel as a precious child. We're not calling ourselves a race. like I'm ahead of you, behind you, or I'm going to beat you, and terminology like that. A jewel is how we're speaking of the four nations of people in every land and every language and culture. And so our constitution is 12% earth. That's our physical body. And our word for mountain is zith. And then zithlej is mountain, earth. And zith is also the word for spiritual strength. So listen to that. We have this marvelous capacity to interact and to steward these four elements because that's our constitution. And 72% water are authentic feelings. And then 4% of fire is temperature, and that's also our sacred self, intellect. And that's the fireplace in our hearth, in our home, and the radiant sun as well. And 6% air, in breath, out breath. We're challenged right now to reconnect to balancing our in breath and out breath. That is life itself. So any of these four elements are out of balance within our self, our personal self, or in our environment, then we must collectively then advocate and do our part and inspire and motivate others to do their part. So the leverage point for me is to ask every person, it's within us, our whole brain thinking, our conscience, our moral reasoning. It's within us, the solution to what we say yes and no to, and to the consequences of it. And we are now experiencing this, and no one can deny this oneness. That is what happened, is the denial of oneness. And now we must go forward and affirm that we are now the earth surface people, and Bella Ashlai, 5-finger people, humane being. And that's an example in which there is no exclusion of someone. There is no enemy creation. There is no devaluing someone or making them inhumane in order to extract the natural resources, and also to genocide and plunder the land and the people. So that is we're at this leverage point. And this is what I'm going to say to you and every audience, is that when I say leverage point, that means the micro and the macro, that it's a place where a change is a mega change. And that's within our own intuition, particularly our creative imagination. That is how we have group consensus in order to design the co-creative solutions for what? Our survival and to thrive going forward. It is this miracle power. Indigenous people knew how to work with the weather. All these elements, we still know how. We're the ones sitting up all night, holding the vigil, drumming, singing, chanting, and holding the vigil for humanity, for peace, and for love. And so we must end the denial of oneness. We must end the use of power with that defiance and brute force and deception. We must, if we're to say that we're going to truly honor Mother Earth, we must say no, forevermore say no to win, lose, and nobody wins. It's destructive and death-producing decisions and outcome. And so the language, the ceremonial language I am speaking, the Nehbazat, the holy people's language and sacred words, we're saying, yes, the only way is yes, we all win with constructive and life-affirming decisions, and we must steward the earth, water, fire, and air for our future generations. I grew up in the red rocks and the tumbleweeds, and so I grew up on the Navajo reservation on Eastern Navajo Agency. I didn't have doll and toys and things like that. It was playing in nature. And so I know nature. We must all reconnect with our true spiritual identity. And so let me say to you, let us all please align ourselves within these natural order laws that govern us all equally to help us restore our home, our habitat, our sanctuary. And I could say a lot more. I will say right now, thank you for this precious time, and thank you for this treasure knowledge, and thank you for the visibility to educate from my lens. And also, thank you, my family and my relatives. Let us go forward and affirm that we are humane beings walking in goodness and beauty and love and truth and wellness and good health. On Hojo na shadole, Hojo na haskli, Hojo na haskli, Hojo na haskli, Hojo na haskli. Thank you.
Patricia Ann Davis, thank you so much for sharing your heartfelt wisdom and the wisdom that you embody from generations of your people. I only wish that our original forefathers who came over to Turtle Island were able to listen more than they were talking, and they could have absorbed more of the intelligence and the wisdom of the native people of Turtle Island. I think we would have a different world right now. So you're a powerful reminder of the wisdom that has been part of this soil for so long. And we don't have words to thank you.
But yet we're still exile in our own homeland, because reservation, I grew up on, I'm a total reservation, quote, Indigenous American Indian. We don't have, the land is taken and all the resources already taken. So that's just a reminder that our footing on the earth is in peril. And we're the canary in the mine, or however that phrase is.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And if it's happening to you, it's happening to all of us. Perhaps you more directly, but through our hearts, through our empathy, we understand and can also feel what it's like to be in your shoes, and your authentic sharing with us tonight helped to bring that about. So again, thank you so much. Oh God, you know, I'm born a Jewish guy in New York City. The closest language we have to that beautiful language is, well, English isn't bad, but we have Yiddish, and it's good. It's a good language. But to hear you say what you have, and you can kind of feel your way through the sounds, that there is an intelligence and a vibration that helps to awaken us all. So talking about awakening, our next person who will be coming on is a dear old friend of mine, Catherine Davis. And we're going to now dip into ancient Chinese wisdom and come back with the wonderful practice of Qigong. Can't we all benefit from a little movement right about now?
Yeah.
I think so. So on that note, Catherine Davis is a vibrational healer. She is a Qigong teacher. She has been a radio host on WBAI and Progressive Radio Network for the course of many, many years. Heart of Mind is her show. She and I go back a long, long way and have been feeding each other in many different ways ever since. So Catherine Davis, if you would please come forward and share your wisdom with us through movement. We'll have about 10 minutes for that.
Well, thank you very much. So I guess I should get started. So everyone who wants to participate, please do abandon your chairs. And I'm hoping you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
So Qigong practice comes from ancient China, and the forms that I teach are based on traditional Chinese medicine and Taoism. And it's about finding our balance and connecting to the forces of nature. We just heard very beautifully how important it is to honor nature, but we forget that we are nature and we're made of the same elements of the earth, and we are an expression of the earth. And we can remember that when we seek to heal ourselves. So just as a way of introduction, we have energy fields within our body that is similar to yoga and the chakras, but with Qigong, they're called dantians or elixir fields. And we have three: the lower dantian, 3 fingers below the navel in the center. The middle dantian is the field of the heart. And the upper dantian is the field of our mind, but it's focused on the casual mind or our thinking mind, but more prominently, the expansive mind and the cosmic mind. So in Qigong practice, we want to bring all of this together with Earth, with cosmos, and our own being. But Qigong is a very powerful tool for healing, and it's something that we need right now, and it helps us to bring compassion and balance internally so that when we interface with the world, we can do so successfully. So I'd like to start by bringing both hands in front of the lower dantian. So the arms are not quite touching. It's a little bit away from the body, and the hands are very relaxed, so just shake them out a bit. And beam from the center of your palms, the Lao Gong, into the lower dantian. And we're going to connect with that field of energy in a number of ways as we do this practice. But really what I want you to do first is to focus on your breathing. And let's each take 3 breaths and sigh with the exhaled breath, releasing some of the tension in your body. So just inhale and sigh. And take another inhale and sigh. One more, inhale and sigh. So that releases some of the tension from our body. But what I want to do next is to move the carbon dioxide out of the lungs. And we just do that simply by focusing on the exhaled breath. So inhale casually and exhale, completing the full exhale, allowing all of the stagnant breath to leave your body. So like inhale and just squeeze it out. Again, inhale and squeeze the tummy. As you exhale, the diaphragm rises and it pushes the stagnant energy out. Let's do one more inhale and contract the lower abdomen as your diaphragm rises. And as you do this, I want you to notice how easy the inhale becomes. It's just a normal reaction once you've emptied your body of carbon dioxide. So do one more. And then inhale, opening up. Exhale, concentrating the chi. Inhale, opening up. No, you can forget about the breath. Just move in harmony with your movements. Inhaling, you're extending your chi out beyond your body. Exhale, bring it back in. And as we move this, I want you to feel your palms. And as you bring your hands back to the body, feel, if you can, that tiny resistance. It's like putting two ends of a magnet, the wrong ends. They kind of buffer against each other. And that's kind of the feel of the chi as you concentrate it back. But now we want to really open up, and let's bring our arms all the way back, arching the back, opening the chest for a nice big inhale. Exhale as we bring the hands forward and bow the back. Inhale, opening up. Exhale, bringing it back. Let's do one more, letting the whole body, the spine, arch back, and then bow forward. And then as you bring yourself upright, we smooth the chi up to the lower abdomen, allowing it to bathe the organs. And we bring our hands palm to the heart, the middle dantian. And we can expand the heart energy, opening up as we inhale. Exhale, concentrating the chi into the core of the heart. Inhale, opening up. Exhale, concentrating. And as we're opening and expanding the heart energy, the energy is expanding through our body and around us into the field of our body. And the heart energy is what allows us to heal, that vibration. And next, we want to bring our fingertips together in front of the heart, soften the knees, and sink into this posture. And this is the posture of the contemplative Buddha. Allow your awareness to sink into the field of your heart. Be open to that wisdom, that connection to the heart. And then we mingle the heart energy down through our body, bringing it back to the lower dantian. The lower dantian is the vitality and life force energy. And let's breathe that energy again. Inhale, coming back with the exhale. Inhale, coming back. Now let's expand that breath more. Opening up, and your energy becomes like the waves of an ocean. Filling and flowing back as if the waves are flowing to the shore. and back into the ocean, which is your own vital energy. And the next time we open up, let's bring our hands all the way up, allowing ourselves to rise out of the water and fly like a bird in the sky. And just relax as we bring our palms out and our arms facing to the side. Relax the elbows and look forward. And you want to see both hands in the periphery of your eyesight so that your vision expands fully 180 degrees. And this is the posture of the awakened Buddha. It could be awakened Christ, universal self, but it's about being awake in the world and aware of everything that goes around you, but detached enough to be present within yourself. So take a moment to be in that space. It's a sovereign space. Then allowing both arms to rest to your sides, bringing one forward and the other back. The back of your hand rests against the lower back, the Mingmen point. And that's the point that protects the kidneys and the lower dantian. And with the free hand, we're going to sweep the arm out. So we're drawing the earth, the environment, the trees, and the air, connecting with the earth's energies. And bring the back of your hand to the Tianmu. It's the third eye. The translation is heavenly eye. So bring your awareness deep into the pineal region of your mind, to your creative mind, the creator mind within you. And then we extend that energy up to the cosmos. Circle the hand around and gather the cosmic energy, beam it down through the baihui, or the crown. Send it back to your spine and guide the qi down to cleanse the spine. And this helps to heal the immune system as we're bringing that healing light to the spine. And then we relax our hands and change places. And we can lift the opposite hand. Integrating, feeling the air and the energies around you, the natural world. Draw the back of your hand to the Tianmu, the heavenly eye within. Allow your awareness to flow into your body. And then take that awareness and lift it up to your cosmic wisdom, the heavenly wisdom. We scoop the energy, draw it back into the baihui, which is the crown, and bathe down through your spine again. And you can visualize that healing light bathing down through your spine. And we relax both arms to the sides and energetically send your fingertips deep into the earth. And we draw the earth's healing power up through the bottom of our spine. And as we lift our arms, we're bathing the spine with the earth's energy. And we gently rotate our hands so that we bring the back of our hands to the Tianmu, the third eye. Again, bring your awareness in. And then extending up with both hands. And we circle around, gathering the wisdom of the cosmos integrating with our own higher mind and bathing down through the spine. Of course, it flows through the whole body, but we focus on the spine to heal the bone marrow, which will have a positive effect on the whole immune system. And then we bring our hands back to the lower dantian, one palm over the other. Women traditionally touch with the right hand, men with the left hand first, but either should work for you. If your polarity is different, you can go according to that. And just breathe into the lower dantian, and with your intention, draw the energy back into the lower dantian. This is where we store all of the healthy qi. It's where our life force rests. And this is how we can prolong our health and our well-being. And then relaxing your arms to the sides and focus on the soles of your feet, the Yongxuan point, and beam your qi deep into the earth. It's like shining a flashlight into the earth. And guide your qi to branch all around you, forming radiant light roots deep within the earth. And you can mingle with the trees, the roots of the trees and plants. And just allowing the earth's energy to rise through your body, flowing all the way through you and beyond into the cosmos. And the earth is carrying your essence, your signature to the wisdom of the cosmos, which returns to you what you need to find balance and to bring your body physically, your spirit, your mind into balance. And visualize the radiant light flowing down. And it's a bit like a mist, washing away the debris, the excess. And it flows down through the whole body, cleansing, taking the toxins into the earth, which she can recycle as mulch. So we constantly have these two streams connecting us to the earth and the cosmos, so that we can stand with our feet in the earth, our head in the cosmos, relaxed and natural, in harmony with heaven and earth. And just take a moment to breathe in that unified space. Allow your body to relax as if you yourself were organically growing like a tree, moving gently to the breezes flowing through your branches. But rather than the breeze, allow your body to move to the rhythm of your breath. And I guess that will be all for now. So just shake that out, move the shoulders and arms, shake out your legs and feet, make sure everything is circulating. And that'll be good. That'll be all for the moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Putting my headphones on. Okay.
we will continue. We're running a little behind now, so we want to get back. We've been doing a nice job overall, and that was deeply centering and relaxing, and we appreciate it. We needed a little physicalization and that provided. So thank you, Kathy. So we're going to continue on with our event, the 14th anniversary of the Earth Day celebration, produced by Planet Heart, Andrew Kane, with the most important help of Rick Ulfik and, well, myself and A Better World. So I'll be giving a bit of a talk right now. I actually did something that's very uncharacteristic for me. I wrote it out. Usually I'm just impromptu, but I'm going to read a little bit and then expand on that improvisationally. But the first thing I want to do is lay out some what I feel are very important basic ideas. And it has a lot to do, you could say, with what we've done to our planet and the role of our mind in the whole picture. So this is it. Due to the collective actions over the course of years, especially the last 200 to 300, the advent of the Industrial Revolution, while bringing innovation and convenience, also has wreaked havoc on our environment, the pollution of our waterways, soil, air, and our bodies. Climate change is part of Earth's and the cosmos's natural cycle. Yet, left to itself, it's a gradual process. The problem actually isn't, this may sound funny to you, climate change. The climate is always changing and it's supposed to. That's not the issue. The issue is we, humans, interference with that natural cycle, and we have accelerated it. Needless to say, our collective actions, not only, but often based on self-interest, not eco-interest, not humanitarian interest, have accelerated this change through the trapping of gases in our atmosphere, which has unnaturally heated our planet and has wreaked this ineffable, truly indescribable havoc on Earth's systems that have evolved over millions of years. And these millions of years of ecosystemic development and evolution, we, in a matter of a few hundred years, have literally jeopardized. The extinction rate of insects, fish, coral, all the way to the bonobo and the elephants is so extreme, it's unheard of, it's unfathomable. The melting of ice, which you heard about just now with what I was referring to as Dahr Jamail's work and Leslie Field's amelioration of it, is nothing anyone about 50 years ago would have conceived, it being this far advanced. I could go on about what we've done to Mother Earth, but I would be crying in front of you and I would feel uncomfortable in doing so. So I'm not going to do that. You don't need to hear from me or from anybody else how bad things are, except in as far as it can help to stimulate constructive, positive action. So from that point of view, it's sort of like the old shamanic idea of living with death on your shoulder as a reminder that it exists, that pushes us more deeply into life. So from that point of view, it's good to remember what we have done and what we continue to do day by day, week by week, and month by month, even though much is happening to counter it. If you really measure it, it ain't enough. Many of us are very busily working at turning things around, as well we should. At the same time, there is so much work to do. You may be reminded of the myth of Sisyphus, the mythical figure who is working at pushing the rock, the boulder up the hill. In a way, that's us. There's another important point that I'd like to make that has to do with the sadness. And I think that, Patricia and Davis and others pointed their finger, even Leslie Field, the beginning of her talk, was about what we have done to the planet and the corresponding sadness, the breaking of our hearts because of it. Now, nobody wants to have a broken heart. We all do everything we can to avoid it. However, it really seems that that is the way we connect more deeply and more emotionally with each other and with the planet herself. So my words to you all is that we not shy away from that, but we allow ourselves to grieve the true loss of so many of our brothers and sisters in the form of insects and fish and four-leggeds and three-leggeds and all the flying objects around, that is really part of our own heart and soul. And yes, we have all sorts of interesting, mechanical, scientifically validatable approaches to turn this around. And God knows we have to keep going with that. And I'm part of that too. But on the deeper humane level, it's this connecting to life itself that I'm really kind of calling upon inside of ourselves, and to have the freedom to grieve the loss of so many plants and so many animals and so many fish that we just need to stay abreast of. That way, we will be able to apologize for our actions and also accept forgiveness and get into action. Do those things we need to do individually and collectively to turn this around. We're at a crossroads with our species. And as the Chinese ideogram for crisis indicates, it's also a moment of opportunity. I like to keep this simple because thinking large scale is, quite difficult for we humans. We think planetarily in some ways, but what's going on in the Arctic, and what's going on in the Antarctic and other far regions where climate change is having such an effect, global warming is really the proper phrase for it, is having such an effect, such as in Syria, where so many of the farmers, due to drought, had to flee their land and migrate, in most cases, to Europe. So there are real world effects happening, and they're happening actually right here in this country, right here in River City. But by and large, we here in New York live in a little bit of a bubble in regard to this, and we don't feel the full effects. So I like to use this image. You have a house. It's got several rooms. Will you be keeping it clean? Will you be keeping it orderly and tidy? Or are you going to spill things on the floor? Are you going to make a mess of it? Are you going to live in some form of pig pen? I would say probably not. You know that there's this wonderful idea that comes to us, again, from the ancient Chinese, of feng shui, from the Vedic tradition of Vastu, that the way we keep our place, that is the way we keep our habitat, is so important to our own health and our own well-being. So if we take that paradigm, we take that analogy of our own home, our own habitat, and just extend it. We wouldn't put chemicals on the floor of our own home. So why do we feel it's okay to put chemicals into our own waterways and soil? It doesn't make sense. There's nothing rational about it. So I'm using this image as a way to really, no pun intended, bring home, drive home this idea of what we're doing to the planet and see it in our own personal micro lives. And from that micro perspective, expand outward into the macro. Let me see what else I have written here, although I'm already beginning to play with the language. Yes, that analogy about keeping our home clean. You would hope that this would be the ethos of the planet, that all humans would agree on this very basic fundamental point, that it would be supported, discussed, and encouraged, this ethos, this zeitgeist, encouraged by government, let's say, media, science, business, that everyone take care of their own homes, and the commons should be just the consensus understanding. You know, back when JFK was president, he started a national fitness program. It was probably one of the best, if not the very best, health care program we have had in the United States. It didn't involve drugs. It didn't involve surgery. It didn't involve hospitalization. And I'm not saying there isn't a role for all of those, but I'm suggesting that it's a truly minute role. But right now, you would think it was the singular role. But JFK encouraged everybody to do calisthenics at home on your front lawn or in your living room. So brilliant. This is back in the early 60s. National fitness program. Can you imagine if we extended that out then to be a holistic fitness program that involved physical fitness, but it also involved nutrition and sleep patterns and emotional patterns and emotional intelligence and people laughing and singing and talking and cavorting with each other as part of a national health program? That's what I'm suggesting. And a good big chunk of all that is our relationship with nature, because it has been found and scientifically verified that when we spend time in our own nature, of course, but the scientific studies have shown that when we spend time in what we call nature, the birds, the trees, the plants, the bushes, the forest, we become healthier. Now we become healthier for a number of reasons. One is the oxygen content is increased. The other is because we are loving our surroundings. We are loving our environment. And when we do that, my favorite hormone, the love hormone, gets excited. It's called oxytocin. It's very real. It's the bonding hormone, and it makes us human. So here is nature making us human. Now, I mentioned funny things like government and media as possible support systems. You know, here I mentioned JFK, who's part of the government supporting our own common health. Well, the media, I mean, this will blow you away. The media, which is our airwaves, believe it or not, and something actually I'm on and have been on since 1993 here in New York City with a Better World TV and then later radio, dedicated with our airtime on primetime TV. That's 6 to 10 p.m. typically. There are 5,840 hours a year of that time banned. Do you know how many hours were spent in 2017 talking about global warming or any kind of environmental issue? You're not going to believe it. 4.3 hours in the entire year of 2017 in the media on the main channels about global warming. 2018, do you think it got any better? Please tell me you hope that it did. No, it got worse. 2.3 hours. This is the state of our national consciousness, unfortunately, or at least those that control the media. This is a problem. This research was conducted, by the way, by a dear friend, social scientist, colleague, and author of this book that I strongly recommend to you, Choose Earth, Humanity's Great Transition to a Mature Planetary Civilization, Dwayne Elgin. Really recommend it. I was just actually on a trip down to Guyana, and I took that book with me. And it was some hard, sobering reading, but eventually I got through it and am a better man for doing so. But I talked about crying before. You understand why. Can you imagine that our own national media does not pay attention to the most crippling crisis of our time. That's the reality of the situation. So what can we do about this? There are a few things. On the micro level, and Rick Ulfik referred to some of them earlier, having to do with recycling, how about not polluting our own environment, of taking care of it. But I want to bring us up to another level, which I call the macro level, which is, it's going to sound funny, but by being a civil servant in civil service, in service to our civilization. That word civis comes from the ancient Greek, meaning city, connected to city, and a civilized city at that. That's where we get the idea. But what's civilized about spoiling our own habitat? I don't see it. I don't think any of you do either. So that's my call to action of us all. What can we do? In reality, we can claim our own power. We can write letters. We can supplicant, be a supplicant to our leaders, so-called leaders. I think we use the word a little lightly, where I spend a lot of time weekly writing to people like Mayor de Blasio, Governor Cuomo, President Biden. I've had things published in international magazines of letters I've written to some of these folks, thanking them for their service and then delivering the goods. And I think that we need to do that. We can be polite, respectful, and firm because they are there to serve us. I know it doesn't look that way, but it should. And this is the way we can truly affect action. Now, this leads to a very beautiful quote that I bet you all know about. And it's from a wonderful woman that I think you all know about as well, Marianne Williamson. And her quote speaks to this issue of us shrinking away from our responsibilities because we feel helpless and we feel powerless. And it's not about having money. It's about having a voice. That's the power. That's right, Heidi. You know about voice. So I'm going to read to you what I consider a very beautiful and very apropos quote. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Is that good? So I'm going to wrap up in just a few minutes, but I'm going to give you an example of some of the ways that I've played. In 1993, I began something called A Better World. I said, what do I really want? Oh, sure, I want happiness, I want love, I want pleasure, I want kindness, I want humor, I want play, all the good, fun, juicy things of life. But deeper down, what do I really want? Oh my God, I want a world that works for everyone. I don't even want to use the word justice. It just goes without saying. I want a world where people take care of each other and take care of the planet. One of the themes of what I started back then was the implementation of the idea that is in the Green Party's platform, which is people and planet before profit. Now, I like profit. I've got no problem with that. Except if people and planet are marginalized for it. That I have a problem with. So I'll just say a few words about what I've done with A Better World. I have interviewed leaders, and I put it this way, I've the sung and the unsung heroes of society. I've interviewed the elves and the giants of society, from Marianne Williamson, as a matter of fact, and Hazel Henderson, and Leslie Field, and Henk Rogers, who you'll be speaking with and hearing from shortly, Dahr Jamail, who unfortunately didn't make it tonight, Guy McPherson, who spoke last year, for those of you who were present, Fabienne Cousteau, who was here the year before that, when we used to do that wonderful thing like meet in person, which I believe we'll be doing again sometime soon. Paul Hawken, the author of so many books and such a great environmental activist, his co-author of Drawdown, one of his last books, Catherine Wilkinson. I've interviewed the former mayor of Salt Lake City, who reduced the carbon footprint of that city by a third during his tenure as mayor, Rocky Anderson, who also ran for president in the Justice Party. I interviewed Dr. Jill Stein, who is a presidential candidate several times in the Green Party. I've interviewed the co-founders of the Pachamama Alliance that is doing so much to protect the Amazon and the indigenous peoples there, and far, far beyond, truly across the planet, Bill and Lynn Twist. I've interviewed Rick Ulfik of We the World, who is just one of my favorites of them all. I've interviewed shamans from the Amazon, Kathy Davis, who did the Chief Cook with us, NASA scientists, and the list goes on. Hundreds, probably thousands of people. So that's the media side of A Better World. Now I'm going to take a moment to also describe what A Better World does on the social enterprise side, the environmental business side, eco projects. One of the projects I'm working on right now has to do with lawn seed. You'll laugh. I live in New York City. What do I know about lawns? But it ends up that I'm part of a company. I advise the CEO, who is a wonderful gentleman. In fact, he spoke just last year, Jackson Madnick, who has spent his $1 million of a pension fund that he developed over the course of a lifetime of work to come up with a seed that sequesters carbon 8 times the volume of regular lawn seed. It uses no water. It doesn't have to be mowed. I mean, it has incredible environmental effects. That's using business intelligence and an environmental consciousness to make it all work. I'm working on another project called Blue Power Systems. That is a microgrid. That's a company that is involved in taking people off the grid, if they would like to be, and decentralizing the entire grid so that things that happen, for instance, Henk, I see you smiling because I know you know all about it. This thing that happened in Texas just 2 months ago would not have had to happen, where the ERCOT, the power company, went down because of a storm that it was ill prepared for, and millions of people lost electricity, which also means lots of hospitals lost electricity, which means a lot of people actually died because of the system itself. It's completely unnecessary. We have other ways to address this issue that are much more elegant, that are decentralized. It eliminates a lot of the issues of national security, which are serious these days. And we are working with grid operators, just at the beginning of that, to transform some of the biggest users of fossil fuels and bring them into the green, renewable, sustainable headset. So we're going after the bad guys, so to speak, and bringing them into the green, renewable world. And we're doing the same thing on the electrical grid. We've also been given opportunity to do the same thing with the other major grid of the planet, which is wastewater and dealing with water systems. So you begin to see that a small group of people can do remarkable things with even not a lot of money, just a lot of drive, a lot of gusto, a lot of intelligence, and incredible commitment. And these are the kinds of things that are actually going on all over the planet. And Paul Hawken, who I cited before, wrote a book called Blessed Unrest, which is all about all the incredible things people are doing all across the planet to create a better world, to make it sustainable, to make it eco-friendly, to make it human-friendly, and change everything. You don't see it in the news. You don't see it in the media, but you will hear about it on A Better World. You will hear about it on alternative media that are really chiming in and doing what they can to make the world a better place. So this is what I wanted to bring forward on today's Earth Day. I wanted to also remind us that in Earth's sphere, we are tiny. We are the size of an ant. But in our world, we're humongous. And one of the reasons I love traveling out west, like the Southwest, I know I've driven in my car many times, and the sunset is so big. And the sun going down on the desert and the cactus, and I feel so small. But that's my right size, you know, in light of the larger planetary picture. It's the right size, it's proportional. When we live in cities, we think that we're God Almighty, him and herself. And there's a problem of balance and the problem of proportion. And we're so blown out. And I want to just leave you with the blessing of nature herself, who knows a whole lot more than we do. And if we had one fraction of her intelligence for healing, for instance, for aligning the plants that give you poison ivy with the plant that is the antidote to it, I mean, come on, it doesn't get better. So this is a call to action to truly protect our beautiful Mother Earth collectively, and to all feel inspired to do so. As we're staring at the abyss, we are staring at the abyss. And let's remember that. That's the image, the shamanic image of the death on our shoulder, but we go forward into life and make a difference as best we can. So those are my words for this evening.
Right.
Thank you all for tuning in. I feel like I'm on a TV show again.
Yeah, you are.
I always have, it seems. And I
That's
always
right.
have. So thank you
That's
all
right.
for that. And now I've come to that conclusion and want to bring on our, oh yes, we have, let me just give everybody a little heads up on the order of the next activities, because we've been on for a while. But next we have the beautiful Monica Willard, a dear friend for the longest time. Then that will be followed by another singer, Laurel Eden, and that will be followed by Henk Rogers, entrepreneur, founder of Tetris and of Blue Planet Foundation, to speak with us. And then we have two more singers. Oh no, one more, I'm sorry, one more speaker, Laurel Retke, and then Christine Marie will wrap it up in the world of song, and I'll wrap it up to say goodnight to everybody with a blessing. So on that note, Monica, please take stage center.
Thank you, Mitchell, and thank you, Rick, and thank you, Andrew, for not just for this evening, but for the love and care and dedication that you give to make the world a better place, to help us remind us that we are we, and just for your love and dedication for planet Earth and planet Heart. Andrew, thank you, thank you, thank you. I got an opening email this morning from Dot Maver, who sent a picture of the Earth done in a heart. And she reminded me that heart and Earth use the same letters. So I thought that that was a particular gift for you, Andrew.
He knew
because you
that,
combined
and
it
that's
so
how
well.
he came up with what he
That's how
did.
I came up with the name.
Ah, did you see that with the, okay, that's awesome. And thank you. I am here in awe, as always, because you cannot bring people together without learning something, and then you learn more, and then you learn more. And whether I wish I could say some of the indigenous words I've used or repeat the words that you sang, Heidi, but I felt laying on the ground and getting that message from Earth. And I bring that into this talk because one of my passions for a very long time has been nuclear weapons and the abolition of nuclear weapons. And a few years back, someone very blatantly said, it was during my lifetime that we realized that the planet could be seen from a spaceship, and we could see the wholeness in it. And that's still pretty new, actually, for a lot of people to even begin to comprehend. But nuclear weapons have been around only 75 years. And yet the threat and the immorality and the environmental waste and the incredible amount of money that goes to it, not to mention the fact that this is based on a diplomacy that is mutually assured destruction. How is that even sane? So I wanted to open with the prayer that we use when we open our cooperation circle of the United Religions Initiative. You are I happen to represent this amazing organization at the UN with a team of folks and have had the good fortune of working with many on this call for a long time, particularly Rick, when we've gone back to so many programs. But the United Religions Initiative is a organization that was founded by the person who was the bishop, the Episcopal Bishop of the state of California. And in 1995, when the UN turned 50, he was asked to bring people together in an interfaith prayer service at Grace Cathedral in San Francisco. And he said, well, gee, if the nations of the world have a way of gathering and looking at issues, why aren't the religions working together better? And he made it his life duty to reach out to the heads of religions and indigenous tribes and different people from all over the world. And what he found in the early 90s and mid 90s was that people thought it was a great idea, but how are we going to get there? And I'm so busy doing what I'm doing, and it didn't seem quite ready for it yet. But then it happened not from the top down. It happened because people live in community with diversity, and people need to live together to get things done. And a fireman doesn't see what religion or color of skin, or maybe we like to think of that with all of our civil servants, and we've been taught that we need to start using different eyes these days. But the diversity in our world, we need to come together. And one of the issues, he worked on health, he's done so many things, but nuclear weapons became a real passion of his. And I want to share a prayer that holds some really powerful thoughts and just talk a little bit more about how that is related so much to our earth. And you'll hear how the word earth is used in this prayer. The beginning and the end are in your hands, O creator of the universe. And in our hands, you have placed the fate of this planet. We who are tested by having both creative and destructive power in our free will, turn to you in sober fear and in intoxicating hope. We ask for your guidance and to share in your imagination and our deliberations about the use of nuclear force. Help us to lift the fog of atomic darkness that hovers so pervasively over our earth, your earth, so that soon all eyes may see life magnified by your pure light. Bless all of us who wait today for your presence and who dedicate ourselves to achieve your intended peace and rightful equilibrium on earth. In the name of all that is holy and all that is hoped. We've heard mention of so many of the holy things on this planet. We hope for a totally different way of living. And now we can think about the fact that each of us, literally, the fate of the planet is in our hands. Whether it's at the ice at the top of the Arctic will be melted in 9 years if we don't do something, or if we continue to allow the threat of nuclear force, and we continue to allow the amazing amount of money that is scheduled for refurbishing things that we know are evil. And in the 80s, Mikhail Gorbachev and Ronald Reagan both agreed that a nuclear war can never be won. Therefore, it should never be fought. So why have we let this fog of atomic darkness hover so pervasively over our earth, our heads, our minds? It is money. It is greed. It is because there is a shift that needs to happen. And as we think of all of the shifts that need to happen, looking at how we can possibly base diplomacy on mutually assured destruction and talk about Earth Day, a treasured planet, the beingness of one with all of us, the importance of life, the spirit of God in each person. This is an evil that must go. And I could go on and on about money and different statistics. My passion around it is the prayer. The reason we need to make a shift. And I truly believe that we have to face limits in so many ways. And here is a huge, expensive, immoral, and now it has been proclaimed with a treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons as illegal. And the way the international law is written for a treaty, none of the nuclear powers signed on to it. But we had 123 countries who voted for this at the United Nations out of 193. And if you think about the 9 countries that hold nuclear weapons and the umbrella around others, it is time for that to melt, and not because of a nuclear accident. It has to melt because we care enough to say, this is immoral, it's wrong, it's been voted to not use, to make, to manufacture, to store. We have the first UN ever, it's not law, the words I'm losing it, but the first number one
Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
No, the very first, whatever, the very first, it said, because the UN was started before the atom bomb had been released. So it was not part of the charter. It wasn't done. So the first resolution ever passed was to prohibit nuclear weapons and to abolish them. And part of what we talk about in how we negotiate is the fact that we have to not only keep others from making nuclear weapons, our commitment was to bring them down to 0. We point at the 5 in North Korea or 15 when we have thousands. And so we must start looking at this particularly as United States citizens. We have a way of voicing our shift in budget. And so I ask you, as you think about protecting the earth, we have to break this mindset. And I started with the prayer for nuclear abolition. And I would like to just end with one that I got from an Indigenous elder at the prayer vigils from the earth. Grandfather Harry Bird used to say, a heartfelt prayer is more powerful than an atom bomb. So as we've moved energy throughout our bodies, let us awaken and lift off this fog of atomic darkness and join me daily and to pray and to take action and to talk about and to discuss and to talk about children and bring them into this issue. We must absolutely rid the world of nuclear weapons. And it can happen in our lifetime with the help of the we-ness and the connectedness and the goodness and the kindness that we can bring about by saying mutually assured destruction is not sane. And so let's start a new path. And I just thank you for this opportunity to bring in an important element, not just because it protects the earth, but because the nuclear waste and the problems that it causes that do no harm, every step of this process does harm. So thank you, Rick, thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Mitchell, and all of you who are here tonight. I look forward to hearing the rest of the evening and to being with you. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Monica Willard, for your commitment to this incredibly important area and for representing it here this evening. You're right. If it were not discussed, we'd be missing a major, major issue of what faces us as a humanity. So thank you so much for bringing it forward and putting it in our face where it belongs.
and you know, when you were speaking about the challenge in human attitudes, I thought of our dear friend Angangak, who also is known as Uncle, and he talks about the greatest challenge is to melt the ice in the heart of humanity. That is the greatest challenge, so that we can move beyond greed and all the reasons why these nuclear weapons are, we're spending trillions of dollars on these things that nobody wants to use.
Right.
Exactly.
I am going to put a video that I want to suggest that all of you watch. I was trying to get it so I could put it on screen. It's a YouTube video done by Pato Banton on nuclear abolition. And it is just a beautiful song that helps you think about this in a new way. So I'll put that in the chat.
Thank you, Monica. So appreciate it. So we are moving along. We're running a bit late, but we'll do what we can here. Our next experience is going to be Laurel Eden, a high vibration recording artist who's just beaming over there, ready to jump in. That's great. And she's a health coach. So Laurel, you've got a couple of minutes. Please bless us with our song, and then we'll have Henk Rogers and Laurel Retke and Christine Marie.
Thank you so much, Mitchell, Andrew, Rick, everyone presenting, everyone watching. I am one of the people who believes that we were conceived in the mind of the divine. And so there already exists a perfect divine blueprint of each of us and our collective life on this planet. That love and all the ways that love can show up in our lives already exists. Not only as that blueprint, but as a version, a vibration of reality. So my offering for this World Peace Earth Day evening is to ask all of us participating for the next 3 minutes or so, we focus our intention and creative power to imagine, to celebrate, and believe that universal love, world peace, and unity consciousness with each other and Mother Earth already exists. So what does that look like right now? Just quickly, just imagine what it looks like, what it feels like. Imagine peace on earth as though it already exists. Everyone sharing our resources for the good of the one. Everyone knowing we are one with each other and Mother Earth. Imagine it, feel it, it already exists. Amen. And here is my song with the word for peace and 11 languages. Shanti, Santi, Solam, Salam, Shalom, Aleichem, peace be unto you, Lepache, hey, peace be unto you, Lepache, hey, peace be unto you, Mir Kupi Late Iri, we are all the same. Peace be unto you, Lepache. Hey, peace be unto you. We are the children of God. We're loved, we're wrong. The truth is, we're one. Peace be unto you. Imagine it, see it, peace on earth. Use that creative power. We have to know where we're headed. Imagine it already exists. Shanti, Shanti. Oh, yeah. Peace be unto you. Amen.
Amen. God,
And amen and ah women.
so beautiful.
Thank you.
Laurel, thank you so much for blessing us with your beautiful voice.
Thank you.
Oh, high vibration, all right. High vibe. Beautiful. Thank you again. So that warmed us up for a guy who happens to live in warm and sunny Hawaii, and that's Henk Rogers. I introduced him a bit before, entrepreneur at large, founder of Tetris, the video game system, and of Blue Planet Foundation. He is the founder and in charge of it. It's doing incredible things to make the world a better place. Henk Rogers will be telling us about it himself directly, better than me. Henk, are you nearby? Welcome.
I'm nearby. I'm ready to go.
Excellent.
Am I on?
You are on.
I'm on.
Just stepped onto center stage.
There you go.
Welcome,
So,
Henk.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So yes, my name is Henk Rogers. I am a computer game designer and programmer by, how can I say, trade, but I became an entrepreneur and things kind of got out of hand. Yes, I was in the game business for 30 years. I wrote the first role-playing game in Japan, and I became a publisher of computer games. And yes, I went to Moscow and got the Game Boy rights to Tetris and friended the guy who actually made the game, brought him to the States, and he's my partner today. We're best friends. And Actually, I got out of that business because now my daughter runs the business. How awesome is that? No, I basically, she's doing a much better job than I ever did running a business. She actually studied it, and I think basically us guys, us men, just need to get out of the way and let women take over and do things right. So my story goes something like this. I well into my career, I started a company, make games for mobile phones, and 3 years into it, I sold that company for a whole bunch of money. You know, I'd made a deal with my wife that if I made a certain amount of money, I wouldn't have to work anymore. And that event happened in 2005. Well, what happened a month after that, I found myself in the back of an ambulance on the way to the hospital with 100% blockage of the widowmaker. That is the largest artery in your heart. And if it's blocked for more than, I don't know how many minutes, you will die. And so I was fortunate. First thing, I was in the ambulance, so I was close to an angioplasty facility, and the first thing I'm thinking while I'm lying in the back of this ambulance is like, you got to be kidding me! I haven't spent any of the money yet. That was the first thing I thought. And the second thing I said, no, I'm not going. I still have stuff to do. And, I made up my mind that I was going to survive. If I had to hold my breath for 10 minutes, I would, whatever it's going to take. And obviously I survived. I have 2 stents. It wasn't a big deal at the end of the day, even though if I hadn't been near the hospital, I would have died that day. And I got to thinking about what did I mean by stuff? So I worked it backwards from the end of my life. And I thought about what was it that was going to, can I say dirty words? I don't know. What was it that's
dirty?
What is it that's going to piss me off if I didn't do something about it during my lifetime? And so I came up with my bucket list, my missions in life. And the first mission came to me in the back of a newspaper. It said, and this is like a Hawaii newspaper now, okay? And in a little article, they put it all the way in the back by the obituaries, for Christ's sakes. And it said, oh, by the way, we're going to kill all the coral in the world by the end of the century. And I'm going, you idiots. Do you have any idea what that means? You know, coral, what's causing that? Okay, well, that's what's causing this ocean acidification, which is basically dissolving coral faster than coral can make coral. Well, guess what? That same goes for all of the other shellfish in the ocean, including plankton. So we're talking about collapsing the entire ecosystem of the ocean by the end of the century. Why? Carbon dioxide. Where's the carbon dioxide coming from? We're making it. And it's like, oh my God. So my first mission is to end the use of carbon-based fuel. And to that end, I started a foundation called the Blue Planet Foundation. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how I was going to do it. But first I decided I was going to do it for Hawaii because I live in Hawaii. Hawaii's my home. And I really feel that before I ask other people in the world to clean up their room, I have to clean up my room. And Hawaii just so happened to be my room. So Mitch, if you would roll that video, I've got my 7-year-old niece telling a story about what the Blue Planet Foundation is and what it does.
Okay, give me a moment.
Did you see my message there?
I did, and
Okay.
I'll see about according with it in a moment.
She practiced.
Share. And
She
now,
practiced all day.
Will this do it?
Click the little thing on the square on the right of that screen. That will make it full screen.
Oh, yes.
Did you click the audio, share audio?
Okay.
You got to do that once you share the screen at the
Sure.
beginning.
New share. Is that under more, Rick?
No, I would do is go back, stop sharing.
Oh.
When you first click it, share screen, make sure you click, share computer audio and optimize.
Oh, share sound.
Sound.
Optimize for video clip.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Don't hear anything.
We don't hear it.
Oh, there it goes.
But our home is changing.
Breaking news on Kauai tonight, devastating flooding, widespread damage, homes on the verge of collapsing.
The world is changing.
The largest wildfires in the state of California.
Tonight, the rain is over, but the disaster is not.
I worry sometimes when I think about my future. What will it be like when I grow up? Would it be like what my parents remember? Climate change scares me. But we know that it doesn't have to be this way. We can change. That's why I'm grateful for Blue Planet Foundation. For the past 10 years, Blue Planet has been leading the way for clean energy. They think if we can do it in Hawaii, we can show the entire world what a clean energy future looks like. They brought together hundreds of students just like me to be a part of the change.
All right, now everybody get your signs. Everyone get together. Make your voice heard. Make your future happen.
They joined their families and neighbors to draw the line on climate change.
Our voices really matter, and us being here today is showing something and showcasing to the world that we really care about this issue and we want to take a stand.
And in 2015, their efforts paid off when Hawaii passed our country's first 100% renewable energy law. It's nice to know when I grow up, all our energy will come from clean sources. And now Blue Planet is growing. The Repower Project is working to bring Hawaii's 100% renewable energy law to other states. Now Blue Planet is active every day, making this change happen. They are in our classrooms and in our communities. We still have a long way to go. We have a lot of work to do. I'm excited about the new future we are creating. We can help solve our climate crisis, starting in Hawaii, and we'll inspire the world. But we can't do it alone. Will you help? For my future.
Whoa. Is she adorable or what?
Oh my God.
She, it's 8 hours she worked on this, on her line.
Sometimes it's cold.
Oops.
You got something
Sorry
else?
about that. That was the next video.
Okay. All right.
Go for it.
I get tears in my eyes every time I watch that video. I still,
Oh God,
gives me
yes.
goose pimples. So, you know, we did a whole bunch of things in Hawaii. We got the people on our side first. One of the things, for example, that we did was we had school children go door to door and exchange 300,000 light bulbs for LED light bulbs, thereby having a conversation with the people in the house, why this needs to happen, what's the problem, and what's the answer. And, you know, light bulbs turn out to be the biggest thing that you can do to change any place. We went to the neighbor islands and brought them energy saver refrigerators. We passed a law saying that there would be a rebate for rooftop solar. And that rebate, we estimated that we were going to have like 30 megawatts of rooftop solar in like 2 years. Well, we had 300, and it was like such a success. We passed the first barrel tax. In other words, for every barrel of oil that comes into Hawaii, a $1 barrel tax is added. And that barrel tax is going to renewable energy and food security. Those are two things that are pressing in Hawaii. But our biggest, as she says in the video, our biggest success was that we have a mandate of 100% renewable energy. Now, up until we had the mandate, everybody that we talked to in Hawaii, in the government or in the university or whatever, said there's no way we could do this. I mean, I remember being on a panel and I'm sitting there next to a bunch of experts, and I said, we're gonna make Hawaii 100% renewable by 2045. And the guy next to me says, there's no way you can do that. You know, like he says, this is what I do. and you don't know what you're talking about. And so my answer to him was, well, I'm not as smart as this guy next to me, so I'm going to do it anyway. And I think the world is full of experts that'll tell you what can't be done. And basically, we should just stop listening to them because they're obviously not going to fix it. So what we did after that, and our biggest opponent during this whole mandate process was the electric company, the utility. We can't do this. Hawaii, by the way, spends $5 billion a year on oil. 5 billion with a B. 1.3 million people plus tourists spend 5 billion. 30% goes to jet fuel, 30% goes to ground transportation, and 40% goes to electricity. We are the mecca of renewable energy. We have the best sun in the country. We have the trade winds, which is like some of the best wind in the country. And we have geothermal. Oh my God, geothermal is like, there's enough energy underneath those volcanoes to power Hawaii for the rest of time. So anyway, we recently changed the business model of the utility so that they make more money the quicker they switch to renewables. Guess who's on our side now? We're best friends with the utility. We're finding a way to make them more money. And the cost of oil-based electricity to the utility is like 22 cents. The cost of wind and solar is something like 8 cents. So add profit on both of those. They can make more profit and at the same time cut our rates almost in half. It makes no sense for us to be importing oil to make electricity. So where do we go from here? I feel like Hawaii is on track. Our organization is working well in Hawaii. Everybody seems to now have gone from it's impossible to, of course, we're going to do it. And we're starting to do the same thing. We've helped already 12 other states with that same legislation. And now I'm putting my target on the rest of the world, because even if in our wildest success with the Blue Planet Foundation, we clean up America completely, the problem is we're less than 6% of the people in the world. And if the rest of the world became like us, and they have every right to become like us, we're going to be off. We use 25% of the world's energy, 25. Less than 6% using 25. If the rest of the world became like us, imagine how much that would be. It's insane amount. So anyway, my next foray is to create a new organization, and we've already incorporated. We're in New York City. This is the Blue Planet Alliance. And first of all, we're working with the United States. We're working with the small island developing states, the SIDS countries. And we're going to do the same thing that we did in Hawaii. We're going to help them have mandates. And then we're going to figure out how their utilities can make more money by switching to renewable energy. And then we're going to connect them to companies that will actually do it for them. Because there are plenty of companies and there's plenty of money to do it. It's just feels like people are tripping over their own feet on the way to trying to get this thing done. The vision of the Blue Planet Foundation, I went around the world, attended a conference, I asked everybody, so what do we need to do? And as many people as I spoke to, that's how many things I got as what do we have to do? And it turns out that it's not just, ending the use of carbon-based fuel. We've got to get rid of the plastic in the ocean. We've got to do so many things that, we've got to fix everything that we've broken. And it turns out that 2045 is a great date. The reason is it's the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. Monica was talking about the United Nations before. This is the 100th anniversary. Let's make that the date by which we fix everything. I've been to a bunch of COP 25, COP 26. They're just not going to get it done. I mean, our best kumbaya moment was the Paris Agreement. Are any of the countries on track to stay below 2 degrees? And what does that even mean? The problem is that 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees, like the scientists are saying we need to stay under now, it's a fuzzy goal that nobody understands. And if you ask somebody, the explanation is so long and so complicated that obviously I, as a citizen of the world, can't do anything about it because it's just too complicated for me. It's too complicated for them to explain it. So basically, I want to simplify the whole thing. I said, okay, that's it. Simple goal. The simple goal is stop producing carbon dioxide by 2045. Go zero. Everybody understands exactly what that means. Get rid of all the garbage in the ocean. Zero by 2045. Fix everything by 2045. So the vision is a world where humanity and nature live in harmony. That is the vision. And it's a vision that pretty much everybody I talk to, no matter what they ask me to fix, they can agree to that. And so that is the vision. So everything that we're going to do in the Blue Planet is moving humanity in the direction of the vision of living with nature in harmony. So I've got 3 things that we're working on right now, but that's just me, and I'm just getting started. As we collect people with more things to do, it will grow. Just like in Blue Planet Foundation, we started off doing a few things and it got more and more and more. And that's how we're going to do it in the Blue Planet Alliance. The first thing we're going to do, as I said before, is work with the United Nations and the SIDS country. And this is sort of like a top-down approach, working with ambassadors, working with countries, and trying to get them to do what we did in Hawaii. But ultimately, we won't be able to get it done unless we activate the people, the united people, and work bottom up. So I've got 2 things that I'm working on, that we're working on with the united people. One is we have a rating system. We're building a rating system for goods and services. Whoa, anyway, we're goods and services. And the way it works is normally when you go to Amazon or hotels.com or Yelp or whatever, you get 5 stars or 4 stars for your product. And the bottom line, I think, is that taxi drivers became unbelievably nice and good citizens when we rated them by our star system. And so taxi drivers went from being nasty and short-tempered to being wonderful. And so that is how we want companies and countries and cities and people to change. So instead of, or in addition to having a 5-star rating system, we will now have a 5-planet rating system. And the 5 planets are awarded based on how good a good or a service or product is for the future of mankind and nature. That's the first thing. The second thing, because I'm a game designer, guess what? I'm going to turn this into a game, of course. So the game is I'm going to get people to take actions, and the actions. So it's like a Yelp for environmental action, starting really small. I mean, like a 5-year-old can do it. The idea is turn off a light switch or pick up a piece of garbage, put it in the rubbish can. The more you do these things, you get points, and when the points accumulate, you go up a level. When you go up a level, you get bigger things to do. The point is to get people in the habit of doing things. Eat a vegetarian meal, take a bicycle ride, whatever it is, and we'll collect these ideas from the NGOs, from like the Sierra Club or World Wildlife Federation, and then we'll have celebrities sponsor the ideas or the actions. When the celebrity sponsors an action, if you do it, you get points, but also your celebrity gets points. So now we can have celebrities competing against each other, soccer player versus a baseball player, or musician versus musician, or actors, anybody who can sponsor something. I think that is a call to action that pretty much a lot of people in the world can take part in. So I hope all of you join the Blue Planet Alliance, because this is the alliance of everybody in the world at the end of the day, and work with us to make a world where humanity and nature live in harmony. Thank you very much for listening.
Hallelujah. Thank you so much, Henk Rogers. my dear friend. So beautiful. Yeah, we need more people thinking like that and using their entrepreneurial skills to help create a better world. It's the game. It's the game. And Henk exemplifies that. So great.
You know,
Great thanks to him.
he exemplifies this idea that I've heard over the last year or so. The answer to how is yes.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
That's right.
The answer to how is
yes.
yes.
Just say yes.
That's
yes
right.
to life. And the answers will show themselves, you know?
That's it.
Absolutely. So we are coming to a conclusion here. Except for a couple of final words of mine, we have another bit of song. It's a brief one, but it's a good one. Christine Marie, who is a friend of ours for a long time, social entrepreneur, lifestyle artist.
She's coming after Laurel.
Laurel is next.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. That's right. We, believe it or not, we have 2 Laurels. My God, how does that happen? Best-selling author Laurel Retke. I'm so sorry. My eye skipped. I guess I was reading in Hebrew or something backwards. Best-selling author, spiritual teacher, and expert in crystals. So please, come on, pardon my oversight there. And
okay.
You've got about 10 minutes. And please step forward. Love to have you.
Hi, Mitchell. Thank you for having me. And thank you to Andrew and to Rick. It's been a wonderful evening, and I'm so honored to be here with all of you tonight. As you can see, I am here in my fairy den, and I do talk and teach a lot about crystals and just connecting to ourselves and the natural world. So with that in mind, I was thinking, if you have a crystal or a rock or perhaps a piece of wood or an animal, anything from the natural world that you can grab to connect with a little bit more deeply. Oh, great. I see you guys have it already. I want to take a moment for us to really come home to ourselves and focus on ourselves and our own connection to the earth and the magic that that can truly bring to each and every one of us. You know, when we really get to focus on ourselves and this beautiful home that we live on, there's so much that can come through this deeper connection. And so I like to ask people, what is the earth? And my response to that is, to me, the earth is a physical manifestation of the divine. The divine created the earth and everything upon it. So in doing so, the divine created this beautiful earth that gives us so much: clean water, food, medicine, shelter, fresh air to breathe, everything that we truly need in this physical incarnation. And I just dropped my notes. Yes, like you, Mitchell, I too had to make some notes tonight. And so when we connect with the earth, we're not only connecting to the land and the waters, but we're connecting to her very essence. And at her core, she truly is a spiritual being, just as we are. And when we connect with her in this deeper way, we're also able to let go of fears as we watch the natural cycles unfold. We're able to connect in a way that brings us into a deeper relationship with her. And when we have this deeper relationship to nature and the world around us, it brings us to a place of not only wanting to care for her more, which is so important, but it brings us to a place of caring for ourselves more and everyone around us. And when we care for ourselves and everyone around us, we also want to care for the home that we live on. So it's all symbiotic. Just like our relationship with the earth is so symbiotic, you know, we exhale and the trees can breathe in, the trees exhale and we can breathe in. And finding that greater deeper relationship with the earth brings us so much of a more enlightened perspective and helps us to raise our own consciousness, just as the earth is raising her own consciousness. And something that you mentioned, Mitchell, that I really appreciated was, the earth really does go through her own changes. And she is shifting and changing right now as she ascends. And we also have the capability of shifting and changing and ascending with her. She can heal herself if we just give her the right environment to do so. And we can heal ourselves when we have that deeper connection with her. So hold on to that piece of nature that I hopefully you have. And if you don't have a piece of nature with you, that's fine. Just really, really
hold your hand.
Hold your hand. You are the deeper connection. Yeah, just if you don't have something with you that represents nature, just take a moment to feel that earth energy below you, and I'll guide you a bit in that as we take a moment for ourselves in the earth. So if you want to get into a comfortable position, just breathe and sort of move your body around. It's been a long evening, and a little bit of movement as we had earlier is so good. And just feel your energy come in through the top of your head, travel along your spine, and settle between your root at your hips and the crown of your head, and breathe. Really feel your energy centered right within you. And really feel your hips being supported by the chair, but ultimately being supported by the earth. And feel that natural connection that we have to her, running from your hips, through your legs, down into the center core of Gaia. And as your consciousness reaches the center of the earth, really take a moment to connect with her nurturing, loving, and nourishing support. She is here to hold us, to rejuvenate us. So feel that nourishing support moving back up from the center of the earth until it comes up into your feet and into your legs and right into your hips. Her structure holds our structure at the hips. And feel that nourishing support coming up into your belly and lower back. Letting her nourishing waters cleanse and help us remember our ancestry, our creative nature. And feel that nourishing support moving up into your solar plexus, right at the base of your ribs. Showing us how to empower ourselves. Holding our inner sun. And again, feel that nourishing energy come into your heart. Everywhere we look in nature, there is green all around us. And green is the color ray of love. So everywhere we look in nature, green is reflected back to us. Her love is reflected back to us. So feel her nourishing, loving support flooding through your heart. And again, feel that nourishing support coming up into your throat, helping to support your voice. and the way you communicate with others, with yourself, with the earth. And then feel that nourishing support coming up into your mind, into your third eye, into your forehead. Nurturing your wisdom, your discernment. And then feel your crown start to open. And feel that connection like a spirit cord up to the divine. And as your consciousness reaches the center of the heavens, really connect with the loving light, peace, harmony, and unity of the divine. And feel those divine love and light rays flowing down from the center of the heavens, through the atmosphere and sky, coming into your crown, enlightening your wisdom center, your mind, your connection to the greater whole. Connecting our mind with divine mind. And feel those divine love and light frequencies pouring down into your throat, cleansing and opening your sense of communication and helping you to speak your truth while hearing truth from others. And feel those divine energies flowing down into your heart, really opening your heart to divine love consciousness. Feeling that connection of divine love right within your heart. And again, feel those love and light frequencies pouring down into your solar plexus, your inner sun, the place from whence you shine. This area is connected to intuition as well, a real gut connection and instinct to those divine frequencies. And then feel that love and light frequency pouring into your belly and lower back, the center of your creativity, your sexuality, your connection to the ancestors and those who have walked this path on earth before us. And again, feel those divine love and light frequencies pouring into your hips, your root chakra. This is helping us to know that we already have all we need right here, right now. And now take a moment to really feel those supportive, nurturing earth energies from below and those divine love and light frequencies above, merging with your own central energy. Strengthening you. Empowering you. Helping you to shine so bright within that it extends from your center outward through your whole body and beyond through your entire energy field. And now take a moment to really feel this bit of nature in your hand or really connect to that natural world around you. Feel the frequencies coming in up your arm into your body. Where do they go? How do they feel? How do they move? Are there lights or colors, frequencies, thoughts, feelings, images? These are all clues to how this bit of nature is connecting with you right here, right now, in this present moment. And I'd like you to just take a moment to be in presence with nature. To be in presence with the earth. To see if you can sense her heartbeat. To see if there's some way that you can walk in presence with her. To find that symbiotic relationship with her and with yourself. And you can always come back to this expanded, connected space by taking a moment to center your energy, to ground and connect with the earth and her divine presence. And feel those love and light frequencies from above. But for now, just come back into your center yourself. Slowly move your neck, your back, your shoulders. Feel your body. Be present with your body, our body, which is so connected to the body of the earth. The waters of our body are in relationship to the waters of the earth, percentage-wise. So really feel that earth connection within you. And I hope that this bit of connection helps to fertilize every step that you're taking from the journey. And as you open your eyes, I just want to thank my divine goddess sister, Laurel Eden, who sang and spoke so beautifully earlier, to remember that it already all exists, the peace within us, the peace around us. And the greater we feel and connect to that peace and connect to the earth, the greater we see that peace exhibiting all around us in the natural world. Blessings.
Thank you so much, Laurel.
Thank you.
Beautiful journey.
Thank you.
Beautiful journey. So we now have, coming to conclusion, the lovely Christine Marie, who I started to prematurely introduce earlier, and who will now, however, step forward for a song, and then I'll make some concluding comments and wish everyone a very happy Earth Day. Christine, voila. We don't hear you.
You're muted.
Oh, there I am. Hello.
There you are.
Oh, I thought
Welcome.
Hello. So good to see you, and it's so good to be here.
Yes, good to be seen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Glad
you.
you're here.
So lovely to see you, Heidi, Laurel, and everyone else that has given up their time and space and to contribute all of their service over the years. Amazing. Thank you so much. I was lucky and honored to be performing in the first annual Peace Earth Day event with Andrew and everyone.
I remember.
I'm honored to be here again today. An older song from my collection for the event, and because it's so late in the program, I'll just say I love you all. And this is called The Way of the World. It's a state of confusion. I've come to the conclusion that I just can't figure it out. It's all taking frustrating. Gotta stop contemplating how to turn it all around. It's deep inside, I feel it coming alive. Little technical difficulties.
Acapella.
Because it's the way of the world today. No matter what I do, no matter how hard I pray, what's it gonna take? What's it gonna take to change? To change the way of the world, the way of the world. Going out of my mind, the system's so unkind. Why can't we figure it out? It's all taken for granted and I don't understand it. Can't we just turn it around? And deep inside, I feel it coming alive. Bump, 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 bump. It's the way of the world today. No matter what I do, no matter how hard I pray, what's it gonna take? What's it gonna take to change, to change? The way of the world, the way of the world, gotta change. What are you gonna do to change? Gotta change the world, way of the world, change the world, way of the world, change the world, way of the world.
Whew. Was waiting for Christine Marie. Thank you.
Good to see you, Christine Marie.
Good to see you, Rick. You look great. Love you.
Love you.
Thank you again. Beautiful, beautiful. Wow, way of the world. Isn't that true? Why can't we get it together?
Namaste.
Oh man, isn't that the truth? Well, listen, I want to thank all of you for showing up tonight, for being part of it. The speakers, the performers, all of you from all over the world who have graced us with your presence tonight to celebrate the world peace and Earth Day celebration the way we do it here at Planet Heart. Thanks to Andrew Kane, thanks to Rick Ulfik. I want to thank our speakers, Hazel Henderson, the Intergenerational Panel. Let's just remember what we experienced tonight. Just in a few hours, the Intergenerational Panel on climate with Adrian, the young boy, beautiful kid, Brianna Rain Skildum, grandmother Shannon Crossbear, Jim Graywolf did not join us, maybe in spirit, and Sue Blythe, who guided it all so beautifully. We missed Dahr Jamail, that's true, but I at least shared a little bit about his book, and we watched From Melting Ice go to glass microspheres to solve the problem. Keep up the good work, Leslie Field. And of course, we had Heidi Little, and Patricia N. Davis with her beautiful blessings and just sharing the depth of wisdom of the native peoples of Turtle Island. So appreciated. Kathy Davis with the beautiful ancient wisdom of Qigong from the Chinese. Monica Willard, my dear friend who brought forward our deep, deep interest in obliterating the role of nuclear weapons on this planet. And if we're going to do everything else, that must be included in the agenda. Then Laurel Eden, who sang, oh my God, and Laurel Ricky with the crystals, and Henk Rogers with Blue Planet Foundation, and well, moi. I gave a talk as well, and I hope I guided the spaceship in for a safe landing. It's really important that we feel all of the beauty and wisdom that was shared together in our hearts, and that it actually motivate action, that we listen to the words of Marianne Williamson. We really step up to the plate. We're bigger and larger than we ever imagined. And we've got to just see the world the way we want it to be and make it happen. So again, thank you all. It's been a real pleasure playing this role with you all. And God bless you. I love you very much. See you next year.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Don't forget, we're going from a me society to a we society, right?
You got it. On that note.
On that
Bien
note.
sûr and oui.
That's it. Okay.
All right.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.